All right, I'll call the roll. Mr. Brown. Here. Ms. Helms.
Present.
Ms. Gaspar.
Present.
Ms. Watkins.
Present.
Mr. Timmons. Here. Browser. Here. Mr. Diana. Here. Ms. Kia.
Here.
All right, let's stand up and pray together. Let us pray.
Rodney's coming on.
Nice.
Come on, buddy. Come on.
Just did how you doing? All right, let the record show Mr. Porche is independent. And let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you with gratitude and humility. Please make us fit to serve the public trust and create these ordinances and parallel in accordance with your will. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Brown, are you the civil pledge
I
reader?
can see it. I can hold it. I pledge to build a stronger and more prosperous community by advocating for civil engagement, respecting others and their viewpoints, and finding solutions for the betterment of our town.
Thank you.
Oh, wait.
That's what we have to start with that. You have our party for the still before I can do that.
All right, thanks for the hustle, thanks for the breakfast, Kia. For getting that done for us. It's delicious. So I'll hear a motion for the approval of the town council top agenda.
Oh, we should open.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And the approval of the town council workshop agendas passed unanimously. So let's have open discussion for the next little bit. I guess we start with A, ordinance 2026-04, an ordinance to amend chapter 153 zoning code, tree preservation requirements division, subsection 153.195 and 153.196 to restructure the review, mitigation, and site restoration process for the removal of protected trees. Mr. O'Hara, you want to lead us into that discussion?
Of course. Mr. Mayor, would you like me to read my staff report or just give an overview of the process and where we are with this version of the ordinance?
Let's start with the overview.
So I'll start on page 1 of the staff report, which is labeled page 2 of 74. So an overview of the first reading proposed revisions, which you will find starting on, excuse me, while I go back and forth here. Starting on page 9, appendix 2026-04-01. You'll note in every staff report, the appendix that ends with 01 is the first reading version. The version that ends with 02 is what was recommended by Planning Commission. I'll go over that at each time, but for clarity for now. The amendments to the ordinance in effect as proposed in the first reading version are as follows: expanding significant tree protection. The ordinance as it's written incorporates a plethora of different parameters under item B. Staff incurred that should have been expanded to all because there's some fees that are associated with removal without permit that address specifically hardwoods. Additionally, require site plans to be submitted and mark all protected trees as required and require mitigation before any removal can take place. Additionally, in section 153.196, minimum amount of protected trees / replacement tree for all sites. Before the amendments were proposed in the first reading, retention of 20 trees per acre was only applicable to commercial sites or other sites as deemed necessary. The revisions here would expand that to residential sites. Through discussion, 160 caliper inches is standard measurement for this practice. Many other municipalities use it for that same threshold. And so that's pretty much the nuts and bolts of the first reading version, which is appendix 2026-04-01, starting on page 9, ending on page 10. And then an overview of the planning commission recommended version. And so planning commission had gone back and forth a little bit about this earlier in the year. They saw it 3 times, once in January, once in February, and once in March. The version that you see before you today is a combination of all 3 of those discussions. At the March 2nd meeting is when they made their final recommendation. And what that final recommendation includes is reclassifying our protected tree categories. So we have significant tree protection for hardwoods from 12 to 18 inches, which are reviewed at the staff level. Anything above 18 inches is a grand tree for hardwoods, and that's reviewed in several different criteria, which I can get to next. So kind of moving into that, remember hardwoods 18 inches DBH or higher, or softwoods 24-inch DBH or greater are grand trees. They're required to have a grand tree protection zone with a radius of half a foot per inch of DBH. So for this example, I'll use a 18-inch DBH inch live oak. The tree protection radius on that would be 9 feet going out horizontally from the trunk of the tree, and then run around the tree in a complete circle. Full diameter is 18, but at the radius, it would be 9 feet. So you would have a 9-foot separation from any disturbance to that tree as proposed by planning commission. And with that, the zoning administrator may approve encroachment into this protection zone of no greater than 33%. For example, if someone wanted to take a road or any potential fill or grade, they could encroach 33% into that tree protection zone, which would be roughly 3 feet on the 9-foot radius metric, roughly 3 feet.
Where are you in
I am on page 3 in the overview of the planning commission changes. The planning commission version begins on page 11, and the section that I'm reviewing right now in that version is 153-196 on page 12 of 74.
So Dan, do we get the overview and then go back and discuss, or
Yes.
discuss in process?
Yes,
So we get the whole overview and then we go back.
Correct,
That's
yeah.
what it is. The DBH and the diameter and radius and the encroachment, that's been talked about, that's a point we need to discuss.
Exactly.
But I'll wait,
Yes,
as opposed to your line.
yes, sir. Yeah, that's just what was proposed by the planning commission. And then moving forward out of that, encroachments greater than 33% or removal of a grand tree will require Board of Zoning Appeals approval. Moving on to minimum tree retention. So this one would be different than the first reading version. Planning commission elected to remove the retention requirements to residential and minor subdivisions. They felt that those activities should be allowed different views than larger developments.
where's that?
That is in 153-197 on page 13. That section. So
I want to see if you want to say.
so then I set it here, and that's that
Oh,
section. So it covers existing single family lots and new minor subdivisions after the passage of this ordinance are exempt. That is something that several members of the planning commission thought that it would be important or pertinent to include that. Again, that is up for discussion today. And then the next section, mitigation, which this is an entirely new section. And then I will shift over to that section here so I can follow along with everyone on page 14. It reads table 153-198-1, tree mitigation calculation. And when everyone's there, I can kind of go over what we were thinking on this and the recommendations that were made. So in talking with a tree professional and a design professional on this ordinance in particular, the tree professional recommended following Mount Pleasant's metric for tree mitigation calculation, which basically would go through and determine when you're grading trees, they're on good, fair, or declining. And based on its grade, if it's being removed, the percentage number under good, fair, or declining is what you have to mitigate for in that calculation. But the key here is for mitigation of significant trees or grand trees, it should be as follows: where 5 or less significant trees are being removed, mitigation shall be 1-to-1 tree replacement. So if I take 5 trees off my lot, I'd be required to replace 5 trees of 2.5 caliper inches or greater. Following that, the replacement of 5 or more significant trees or 1 or more grand trees should follow this. Excuse me if I misspoke there. Significant 5 or more, it's 1-to-1. Everything else has to follow the percentage replacement, which would be assessed of its DBH. So you be, excuse me. For this example, I will review existing residential good tree and it's class 1, and we'll say it's a live oak. If an individual wanted to remove an 18-inch DBH live oak that's in good condition and Board of Zoning Appeals gives them the approval, they would have to replace 50% of its DBH or that equivalent amount of trees. Caliper inch, whatever that adds out to. And so with that, that's pretty much the nuts and bolts of what has been discussed with Planning Commission. One thing I will pivot over, which I think from a staff view may need to be pulled out of its existing section. On page 12 of 74, there's the establishment of a tree fund. Other communities like Somerville use a tree fund when taking in either mitigation costs or any kind of fees and penalties associated with the tree ordinance, and use those funds to replant trees across town. Or for example, if someone could not replace a tree, we would be able to replace it for them on a case-by-case basis. The establishment of that would allow, our own environmental stewardship within the town while also enforcing tree protection. And with that, staff yields the discussion to town council. Actually, wait, hold on, one thing before I do that. There was some comments that we received from the community about our classifications and tree protection zones and mitigation requirements. So I think the significant versus grand tree classifications has been discussed since we originally got some of those questions, but I'll touch mainly on the tree protection zone. Charleston County and Mount Pleasant both have different versions of the tree protection zone. I believe Charleston County is critical root zone, while Mount Pleasant is tree protection zone by name. Both enforce 1 inch per inch of DBH. What Planning Commission has proposed is 1/2 foot per inch of DBH, or 6 inches per foot, or 6 inches per inch of DBH. So we have 1/2 of what Charleston County and Mount Pleasant require in the proposed version by Planning Commission. Additionally, so
the two references,
yeah,
say 1, he say 1/2.
that's correct. So instead of it being 1-to-1, it would be 0.5-to-1 for us as proposed
For residential or commercial?
for everything.
Okay.
That's just how it's written now.
Okay.
And then Charleston County allows up to 35% encroachment into their critical root zone or tree protection zone for this. That can be approved with a tree protection plan at the staff level. The maximum that's allowed approvable at the staff level would be 33%. Charleston County also includes regulations about drip line and whether it's greater. So if it's 1-to-1, or whether the drip line is greater, whichever is greater is enforced. The key issue with drip line is you require a design professional to be able to draw where the drip line is. In most cases, for staff to be able to go out and to enforce it, it may be simpler to run a line straight out as calculated inch per inch and then enforce it that way. And that, of course, is up to discretion of this body to consider here. And Mount Pleasant moved away from it, but they're considering bringing it back and following the Charleston's model. I talked to a representative with Mount Pleasant that I tried to get a few folks in, but they could not make the time slot for today for tree. But yes, ma'am.
Why did Mount Pleasant move away from it and why are they considering going back?
They moved away from it for that similar reason of having to, draw out where the drip line is. It can take time. And they have town arborists, we don't. So for me or for Takia to be able to go out and try to figure out where the drip line is could be difficult, or we'd have to contract that help to ensure that the proper regulations are being followed.
And so basically they're moving back to the previous way of doing it because it's just too hard to enforce. Is that what I'm interpreting?
I think their goal is to just get back to what the county was doing in my conversation with him, but he said they moved away from it because it was a little burdensome.
Yeah, so hard to enforce.
Yeah.
Thinking about drip line, I think about some of the older oak trees and how what a large spread of those canopies have. And potentially that could be greater than the distance. So I would not, I think we've gotten into a lot of trouble in the past, having less stringent regulations in the county. And I really feel like we need to at least follow the county. I also wanted to ask you, I know I referred you to Becky Ryan, to get some of the information they were working on, with some of the ordinances on the North Coast and Georgetown County has, and again, I'm not proposing, supporting all of what they have, but they have a formula for planting trees that is taking into consideration DBH, the minimum number of trees and the caliper of each replacement tree. And I don't know if that would be, it's really hard for me to visualize. I don't know how, I mean, if we could look at like a lot here in Allendale and say, this is what it would look like under scenario A, and this is what it would look like under B.
Yeah.
But I also think that, while I don't want to cause any hardship for existing residents, or, someone just wanting to go into one house, I think we can do a lot of damage and tree loss on single family lots. So I think we need to have some serious discussion about how we apply that. And if there's some way that we can, have and use a mitigation fund to help maybe someone who can't afford the arborist or all of the replacement, but I think that's completely exempting single home lots from the ordinance may not be the best decision, just my thought at this point.
Are we in discussion? Yeah.
Staff is. I'm done.
How are we gonna handle our discussion?
I think just like this, we open the discussion, I guess we'll like do that old school, like raise your hand if you want to go next, sort of thing. Greg, let's go, let's start with Mr. Brown and work around or Ms. Porche, do you have some thoughts? Why don't we just do that? Start and go with that.
No, I don't have any thoughts on
All right.
Mine could be very easy. On page 3 of 74, item 1A, I don't understand, and it may just not be worded properly. These trees can be removed at the staff level, meaning staff's gonna remove them.
No,
That's what it
approved.
says.
Approved and removed.
Hope you got a chainsaw.
Approved and removed.
That should be reviewed.
Reviewed, okay. All right, good. And then the other thing I have
If you do, I got a couple lines.
has to do with,
I'm working for.
punitive, the fine,
Which sections are?
I guess 777, item item D, C.
This one?
I would imagine whatever the fine we set, page 7. Whatever fine we set. There would be people who would experience a hardship with that. There would be other people that would, yeah, let me write a check and get this behind me. For some people, it wouldn't, they would treat it as a fee and gladly pay it. Are there other ways? I mean, like maybe a stop work order or something? Along with a fine? Are there other ways to enforce, to ensure that our regulations are enforced?
Well, if a development plan or proposed plan has not been approved and the removal of the tree is in an association with that, staff would ensure that the violation is cleared before the approval is granted.
So it could be cleared by just stroking a check.
It depends. Some projects do have required landscaping buffers and mitigation before approval can be granted. Whereas like a single family residential lot, we don't have required buffering for those in particular.
We do in certain instances. Roadside buffers, for example, at the discretion of the planning director.
That's right.
Okay. I'm just throwing it, I don't have a solution.
It's never been enforced.
I just
but
have,
we have it.
I have that concern that
Yeah.
for some people, a fine would be a hardship, others would be, yeah, sure, let me. Who do I make the check out to?
That's life.
That's my,
Well, but it doesn't accomplish necessarily what we're trying to accomplish.
that's my concern as well.
Yeah.
And the way that Georgetown has handled that is that if you violate the tree ordinance, there's a fine. And your permit is suspended for 2 years.
Right, so a stop, well, that's even
Yeah.
more critical than
So
a
you cut
stop.
down, cut down the tree and then stop and drop off the. tree.
Yeah,
And it
exactly,
needs to be, definitely needs to be more punitive
Good.
than just a fine, because I wouldn't do it.
okay,
You can stop and drop off the check, but then don't you have to like behave with the other conditions of the ordinance where if you cut down that tree, you have to replace it with other tree?
It depends on the scenario. So if they were to take down a grand tree, for the example, they would have to have a required mitigation that's approved by the Board of Zoning Appeals before they could move forward. Now, if it was 5 significant trees, that can be reviewed at the staff level, and it's more of a staff to developer interaction or individual interaction.
Probably what you have something, this just.
Well, no, I'll wait. I'm just done. It's not.
I'm
lengthy for the first my turn.
I have a concern about 197. And it's not necessarily a specific, citing. It's just the overall thinking with existing single family lots and minor subdivisions would be exempt. When I know for a fact that developers are moving away from the big neighborhoods in this area because it's hard to get approval, obviously because of the moratorium. And so they're just buying up lots and putting a home here, and putting a home there, and that's basically what's happening with Darren's Bridge Road. It's happening a little bit on Stevie Road. And so I don't think there should be exceptions, because they're crafty. They're working around our moratorium, and they're advertising that. So I do
The
think.
thought process on exempting, like. On the exemption, what's the thought process? How would you allow that?
I believe planning commission's intent behind that was to avoid punitive action against individual families that may be subdividing their parcels to sell to other family members, and I think intent and looking large scale at the different potential development patterns is hard sometimes, but their intent was to protect more of the existing residents in town, not to allow kind of like escape for others. But I understand the
I
concern.
would rather us write exemptions
Mhm.
like we've done in other parts of the tree ordinance than just having a blanket. Oh, if it's just your family doing it, it's okay, because you don't know what the intent is.
Right.
I mean, you might assume they're building a compound, but they might actually be building a mini subdivision that they're gonna sell. I mean, that that's exactly what my neighborhood is, and I love living there, but it was a private land. It was private land. Yeah, it was private land. Two of the kids still owned lots until they sold theirs to the developer, you know, I mean, so. I just think we should just figure out exemptions more than erasing the rule completely.
What's your thought on zoning, Ken?
You can't zone based on ownership
Yeah.
nor financial status.
Right.
There's something called equal protection. It's guaranteed by the state and the federal constitution.
It's in the Constitution.
You can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody comes along and wants to put a house on a 1 acre lot and abide by all the rules, are we trying to eliminate that?
And my point is that you can't differentiate.
Exactly.
Between a familiar or an ownership standard nor a financial standard. The rule is the rule. And if there's a hardship, then it goes to the Board of Zoning Appeals and they look at it from a perspective. But anyways, I'm doing this so just to try and move it along so we don't have to talk about stuff that we really don't need to be talking about. You just flat out can't do that.
What does, like, when you use the term exempt, there's an exemption, what are they exempt from?
They're exempt from the retention of 160 caliper inches for their lot. So they're not exempt from all of the other sections and required mitigation and all of those things. The exemption would strictly apply to lots that may not have 160 caliper inches of tree remaining, or those that, you know, are being subdivided that don't have it. So that's the intent. But the intent was to not require those individuals, if they have a lot that already doesn't have the 160, to then require them to plant.
Why have it in them?
So if we applied this to everyone, you know, if we did not exempt the single family lots, they would still have the option of going to the Board of Zoning Appeals for a hardship exemption, is that correct?
Yes, so if this were to go into effect, any lot that does not have 160 caliper inches of tree on it would be required to replant up to 160 caliper inches, and the enforcement of that could, you know, potentially be difficult. There are a lot of lots that exist without 160 caliper inches. So it's just kind of you know, having the ordinances and then sometimes what the enforcement behind that looks like.
I have to see,
That makes sense. I can elaborate a little bit more if it's unclear.
Now, I'm just trying to figure out if there, I mean, did you all the planning commission discuss a formula for lots that have less than 160?
No, ma'am.
So if you don't have 160, you'd be required to create 160?
Yes. As it's written in the first reading version. If a lot does not have 160 caliper inches, it would be required to retain or replant up to.
there's one crucial aspect to this, though. What is the threshold for us getting a permit period? Or
It's
or is
not-
that level of improvement?
It's not necessarily established in the ordinance.
Well, it needs to be, if we're gonna do this. There should be a threshold, so if I just wanna put a shed in my yard, do I have to go plant 160 inches if I don't have it? I mean, I think this would be geared more towards someone that wants to build a home or put a principal building use on a piece of property. Not
Right, right.
to add a garage or
Yeah.
something like that. That's, if we're gonna do that, that's something that probably should be looked at. Anybody else want to talk about these things? I got a bunch of.
Yeah, I think that's what we're here for, if we offer, for instance, no exemptions. Would the installation of a cultural overlay district, like something, you know, is geared toward people that have been living here for hundreds of years, say if it's a Southern community or a Goichi community, would an overlay district give folks that have been here for hundreds of years some exemption if we offered no exemption to the others, or is that against the rule as well?
It depends. I mean, all these are fact-based inquiries. And, but the purpose of the overlay would be to establish whatever it is that you're trying to do. And basically, to have real legitimacy, it would be to add to, put a level of protection on an area to preserve and protect what's there now and not allow something that comes in that's, counterproductive to that destroys it. Something like this doesn't really make a lot of sense. It has to have a rational basis. So the rational basis will be, what's the difference between a home in this overlay district and a home outside the overlay district, given the town's goals to protect to protect and enhance the existing tree canopy? Well, nothing really, if you think about it. That's like putting a square peg in a round hole.
Yeah, but potentially, my concern is this, is I'm pro home building. And for the people that live here and for people that want to have a home here, I'm not pro using this landscape for business. Right, so is it your home or is it your business? And I was trying to think of some way to be considerate and allow folks who want to have their kids move in and.
You can't-
But
you
let me
can't.
finish the thought, right, to be considerate of that multi-generational heritage of the family property, but at the same time, not encourage or put the other way when people come here for commercial purposes and do one off and two off and three off. That's what we're reminding, since it's our home, it's not a business.
You can't differentiate like that through some.
Right.
Again, that's ownership, familiar relationship, financial considerations. The laws have to apply equally to everybody. It doesn't matter if you were buying a lot to build a speculative home to make money, or if the home has been in your house for 100 years and you want to build a home for an aged parent or a young child. That doesn't matter,
Right, I understand.
nor do the trees. I mean, the tree is a tree is a tree. If you want to protect trees, you protect trees. If you don't care about protecting trees, then we're wasting our time.
I don't know that a tree is a tree, because I see like species included in different species quality ratings. So like a live oak tree is different than like a China berry tree.
If,
So the China berry tree is from China, it's exogenous and invasive, where the live oak is indigenous and endemic to this part of the world.
let me, if nobody else.
I think if from a staff, I think what has been discussed thus far about this section in particular is that there's an understood identity of single family construction for individuals. And the ordinance as it's written today is particularly for commercial lots. The revision would apply to residential lots as well in the first reading version. The intent to address the use versus the owner. Is that the discussion that I'm hearing now?
It appears to be a concern, but again, I don't.
It is something that we're concerned about, but I think we should probably write it, like you can, whether you go to for 100 years and you own it, or you just bought it yesterday and you own it, you own it. You know, so you can't have unequal, protection or just to the law, just because you've been here longer, apparently. All right, your turn.
Where do I start? This is, thank you for your good work, Takia and Danny. This is very good work. It's professional. You put a lot of hard work into it. However, the way I look at this is way too complex. This is an urban. It's too what? It's way too complex. It's off the mark. This is an urban design concept, and we are a rural community. It's stated over and over and over again in our comprehensive plan that we want to remain a rural community. We're not Mount Pleasant. And if you look at Charleston County's regulations, by and large, they are geared towards urban development. There's not a lot of rural to it at all. I think we need to craft our regulations to a rural standard. And the things that we need to fix are to disallow this fill and build that we see, that people come in and either residential, commercial, no matter what. We see it on both counts. People come in and mow down everything on the lot, don't even leave the blade of grass. Put an enormous amount of fill dirt, grade it out, build slab on grade homes. And that is not a rural development pattern. We need to adopt regulations that prohibit that, that don't allow it. If we can do that and put in the larger lot sizes too, that the comprehensive plan recommends, I see the planning commission is now trying to reduce those lot sizes. Which, how long did we spend on the comprehensive plan?
2 years.
And who wanted to redo it? Everybody said, no, that's too much trouble. Everybody's put too much good work into
The
it.
planning commission.
No, we did.
No, they didn't wanna, they were given opportunities.
Oh, right, yeah, they looked at it one meeting and changed a handful of things of that, and now they want to redo it, so we need to implement our comprehensive plan. If we have larger lots, if we come up with a way to disallow this fill and build, a lot of these problems will take care of themselves. We don't need a tree bank. You can't use public money to plant trees on private property. Okay, so we can't plant them back on somebody's lawn. It has to go on public
Can
property.
you clarify that? I think I understood you're talking about maybe putting it in the park, like planting trees in the park.
That's correct.
Yes, it
You're
has,
not talking about planting them back on someone's lot.
well, that's what I heard somebody say.
Yeah, I understood that too, like independent hardship or
Well, when
something.
you can't do that. All of these stuff, the stuff where you say, well, we can't, you and Takia would have to go out in the field to do it. No, y'all can't, you don't have the time, and we don't have the time or the resources to do that. All these complicated regulations would be shifted to the property owner. Developers can afford it, homeowners can. You'd be putting that back on them to go spend their money to go out there to implement these complex regulations about drip line and protection zones and all this stuff. For what? And a lot of people, they're not gonna do it. I mean, you don't even know when people cut trees down on private properties, on most of the town of Aldo. What we have to look at is keeping people mowing down forest land for homes and businesses. And again, this is, you know, the same thing that came up way back when we were talking about it before, you may remember it, Mr. Brubaker. My question was, that's all well and good, but how are we gonna enforce it? And everybody went, good idea. We don't really have a way to. And there's another piece of this that nobody has even considered, but I know it, I dealt with it. It's a big part of my career. When you cite someone, you write them a letter saying you owe us so much money, or you gotta plant so many trees, and they'll take it and crumple it up and fill it with trash. Then you write a more sternly one. Then a more sternly worded letter after that. But when push comes to shove, it has to enter into a legal arena. It has to be either pursued through civil action, which is through our attorneys, and we have at $750 an hour, or it goes to criminal court. And all violations of the municipal code, every single one of them, is a misdemeanor criminal offense by state code. You can fine somebody up to a certain dollar amount and or imprisonment up to 30 days in jail. You go to jail for this stuff. But most judges don't want to deal with that stuff. And once it gets into that legal arena, you get lawyers involved, and they postpone and they postpone, and they do this and they do that. Please let me finish. And it's a dang nightmare. Not to mention the fact that once it's in front of a judge on a criminal charge, he determines what the outcome will be, not the town of Aldenville. So if he just says, hey, you know, I see you, you've owned the property for 100 years, you cut down a tree, you didn't know any different. I'm gonna give you a break this time, go on. Just don't do it again.
I mean, I appreciate all the context now, but where do you suggest we go? Because we've been working on this since.
I'll say it one last time. We need to devote our energy to coming out with an ordinance that prohibits the fill and build. And that we
But I still think you
and
need
that
a
we-
tree.
And that we implement a larger lot sizes.
But that
and-
still doesn't
and-
keep anyone from having a 2 acre lot going and clearing everything if we don't have a tree ordinance. That's the
Well,
whole.
that would be part of it, Wendy. I mean,
But then they not fill and bill. They would just be like, I just wanna cut down trees. I just wanna have more open space.
well, that's
You're
where,
assuming that
that's where the 160.
you're assuming that A directly goes to B and that's not
160
necessarily
acres came
the
in.
direction.
I put that in there because that's what the town of Mount Pleasant has had since I was hired in 1988. 160 acres. That pertained to commercial properties, not residential. But I mean, if the business is to protect and promote trees, which I think is what we should be doing, I believe that's what it says in our comprehensive plan. Then we don't want people coming in and just cutting trees down. Most people don't cut trees down just to cut them down.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
I mean, who do
I don't
you,
know where you live, but yeah, they do.
what, no, would you name somebody, anybody in your
You can
neighborhood?
go on any of the lots. You can drive, I mean, help me out.
That's
people, like.
That's what I'm
Do you
saying.
have, do people just cut down trees?
Yes.
They do.
Angry tree.
It's a cultural thing.
Wait, just.
There's a lot.
Homeowners go out and cut down trees in their own yard.
Well, here's the deal. We put a
What?
lot of time and energy into writing this tree ordinance. I'm not for just scrapping it. And
I'm
then
not saying we scrap it, I'm saying it's way too complicated. It's an urban solution to a rural problem that we don't need to go down that way because you're talking about more staff, more everything. Well, we have to get code enforcement people, we have to get, support.
We need code enforcement anyway.
Yeah.
For general building code.
Agreed.
I think.
Well,
And have we talked, do you know, Dan, what the town of McClellanville does? Do they have like a contract arborist or
they do,
very protective?
it's the same one from Mount Pleasant.
Yeah.
Name's Eddie Bernard, he's
So
an
maybe
urban
there's
forester
something.
and an
On an as needed basis.
I spoke with Eddie yesterday. And he would have been here today, but he was on a pre-planned vacation, so he's a baseball fan, he's in Chicago right now. But Eddie's happy to help us, I know you've spoken with Chris, I think that's the same guys about. I had like 6 questions on my list, if I could go, I hear what everybody's saying, I don't like things to be more complicated than they need to be, but I do want them to be as complicated as they need to be, as sophisticated as they need to be. I am curious, when you were giving your report, Dan, you said that, I think you said that Charleston County and the city of Charleston, we were half their measurement,
Mount Pleasant.
Mount Pleasant. And what was that measurement again?
It's 1 inch to 1 inch
Radius from the trunk?
radius from the trunk per inch of DBH. That's
So
correct.
they DBH, 5 DBH first.
It's the diameter at breast height, which is generally measured at 4.5 feet from grade.
Right, so that's
From
from measure
ground.
the caliper,
That's correct.
this of the tree, you diameter of breast height. And why did the planning board recommend half of what other municipalities are recommending? It seems like we would double.
They viewed that 1 to 1 inch may be too strict, half inch to 1 inch. Seemed, or half foot to 1 inch seemed a little bit more fair in their view.
That wasn't used to be a half foot, I mean, they have.
They've increased it.
Right, but half inch is the bare rock bottom minimum
Yeah.
standard.
So here's what I recommend on that as far as here's what I'd like to offer for consideration. Because I understand the drip line to me would be best practices and that would make sense, right? That's what I would rather go with, but I hear you, that as far as enforcement goes, and you're not enforcers any more than your lumberjacks, right? And, but we do have a company that stood in front of us and was willing to be enforcement for us, and I don't know why we haven't hired them. Sounds like a moneymaker to me as well, but if drip line is difficult to obtain, is there not a metric where you, you play off the trunk like you're talking about, but add a ratio that always supersedes the drip line? It's always a foot over the drip line. Is that a metric that's possible? Is that a formula where the radius ratio exceeds the drip line?
I think to Councilman Gasper's point about the difference of trees. You know, a live oak may have a different canopy than a loblolly pine or than, you know, another oak species.
That's on my list too, is like, can you cut live oaks out into their own category because they have a different drip line than every other tree?
We could, I think a metric that we could look at is the town of Somerville has a metric where once you get to a certain threshold, and I think some others do as well, you have a base feet requirement. So if your protected tree is an 18-inch, anything over 10-inch DBH, you have to go up off of the base distance.
Right. So it's a graduated consideration.
Correct. So if there's an intent for larger trees, potentially 24-inch or larger for like hardwoods or particular types of trees, that could be applied, but I think that gets into the complexity of the ordinance.
Right, I mean, complex is one word, I think sophisticated, well thought out, is the right way to put that. You know, I keep thinking of another tree that's gonna challenge a live oak's canopy aside from like a mature magnolia. You know, or maybe a willow.
Can I address some of your concerns in that regard?
Well, I'd like to move through my list and then, Mr. Brubaker, you have a,
Could I clarify the issue that you're discussing right now?
I'd love for you to, and I think your next time.
In general, the drip line represents the vulnerable below ground element of a tree. The live oak is the most notable species with that condition. We know about the angel oak and all of the controversy, everything that's gone into that. And basically, that pretty well defines the vulnerable area of the tree that we seek to protect. And it is different for each and every species of tree. And so that point is very well taken. If you have a tree of merit that is contributory to your property and to the welfare of the town, it makes sense to use the formula that best protects that tree. And that, as you say, is just beyond the drip line.
Right.
Thank you.
With no encroachment, like I don't really get the idea that any, like here's the boundary, but we're gonna give you 30% of that. You know, I just don't even get that either. I don't get that as a consideration why you would create a boundary just to create an exception in the same breath. To the boundary.
We saw a good example of that in the first big shopping center in Mount Pleasant, where the developer spent $50 million to relocate a live oak tree, which promptly died. And every botanist in the world knew that tree was gonna die.
Yeah.
And so if you're intrusive, you're gonna injure the tree. And that's the overview. I could go on for 3 hours
Yeah.
about other elements.
So these are my concerns, and I'll yield the floor. One is I'm not sure why planning recommended half of what other municipalities are recommending, and I hate to go with that method of protection, because it's more expedient. Just because it's easier to determine when it's a drip line consideration, which is a per tree basis, right? It depends on the tree. And I can't quite get behind let's measure the trunk and walk away 9 feet and call it a day, because that's the easy way to do it. You know, I think trees are more important than that. I think we need to look at drip line and then give them a bit beyond the drip line. And I also think that the idea of setting a boundary, diligently setting a boundary and then giving up 30% of that, I also can't get on board with it. Oh, yeah, the enforcement piece too, like we have people to enforce this that's not playing. I think that's important that we got well, we got CNH or something.
CCNI services.
Yeah, CCNI should be on the payroll last month. Okay, maybe with that's an action item on our next, agenda for this Thursday.
The contract is coming before the council and code enforcement is a policy decision, so you would need to set up. Parameters in our code that states code enforcement. You would have to set up a clerk report, you would have to work it out with the magistrate court. And then we'd also have to notify our auditors, because then you would also need a single audit for your court fines. And the way that you spend those court fines and setting up a specific fund in the budget. Not saying that it can't be done, there's just other steps than just stating that you can start setting up code enforcement.
Well, CC9 could be on the payroll and we could get started by doing.
What does McClellan do exactly?
So McCollumville also works with the Charleston Magistrate Court, that's the. We could set that up, we just need to,
You say you said that.
we need to set it up, and we'd also need, different policies, like, again, we amend the budget, which we can always do by 2 readings of the ordinance, to create a court fund, you would also have specific ways that you could spend those court dollars. And different policy decisions would need to be made, because they're not just enforcing the zoning code, they're enforcing every single aspect of your code of ordinances. It would be in the ordinance summonses. So the police officers can enforce like our ordinances summonses. So it would be like that code enforcement officer comes up, they slap you with a fine.
Let me get us back to the agenda. Like, I think we're pretty far afield from what how to do enforcement, and it's possible, it's complicated. So are there any more questions or conversation on the tree or
Yes.
All right,
Mr. Brubaker made a very good point, and one of the things that we struggle with in Mount Pleasant with enforcing this whole business of a tree protection zone is. It is a static dynamic. Here's the trunk of the tree. Here's the 4.5 feet up, you take a measurement there, there's your tree protection zone. If you're gonna have one, you need to include what type of barrier you put up, because if you don't have a sufficient barrier, then it makes no difference whatsoever. The guys out there in the field don't care. They will do significant damage to the trees without the correct barriers to protect that tree. All this stuff is worth nothing if you don't do that. Likewise, you can't just hire somebody to enforce a code without having the administrative mechanism in place to deal with it. You're gonna get yourself in serious trouble doing that, legal trouble. And finally, this other aspect is with, especially with oak trees, they have leaning leaders. Oak trees, particularly in rural settings and particularly ones that were formerly farmlands, those oak trees grow along ditch banks. They're not out in the field of a cut down and grow crops. And they grow in different areas, which way the topography goes and which way the water source goes. So, to speak to Mr. Brubaker's concern and getting back to these other aspects of writing ordinances, period. You can make distinctions and differentiations. They have to have a rational basis. So if we afford a certain level of protection to a live oak tree, this over and above any other species in the town, we can do that. That has a logical basis. It is sound and will be upheld in court. We could say, we're gonna review these on an individual basis. We're gonna have something in our code that says, come talk to us and we'll come up with a plan and you're gonna pay for it as to how we're gonna deal with this situation. That can be done. But, you know, this stuff has to be done correctly. It has to be done right, and it involves people that know something about this kind of stuff. I don't want to sound like a know-it-all, but that's my career. That's what I did for 30 some odd years.
Well, I guess my frustration again is we started talking to Dan in December about this. We've had a first reading, it's gone to planning. Why are we just now deciding to rework the whole thing? The whole point of this was to get us to second and final reading. And now you're saying that this is too complex, whereas like, I'm kind of like Chris, like, yeah,
Well, then vote to approve what was in front of us. I'm just offering it for consideration.
but I'm just saying like, but I was still talking and your input is valuable. But why didn't we have it like a month ago before it went to planning? And like, I'm with Chris, like, do I like things being overly complex or sophisticated? Not particularly for a small little town like we are, but I also think it incentivizes people to come talk to Dana and come talk to staff. If they're like, you know, I see here it written this way, what exactly am I allowed to do and get clarification? Like, I'm okay with that because I believe Dan understands what we meant to happen with the comprehensive plan and he has the protection of this town. That's his best interest, because that's his job. And so I guess I'm just frustrated. This is not the ordinance. I thought we were gonna be taking so much time, honestly. Like, there are other ones that are actually more complex.
And I think one of them is going to be I do agree with, I do agree with, when you can't, like, we offer, there's so much earned respect because of your municipal career. And you do have that, you know, and bring that account, thank you. But I was a little shocked when you were like, this is a urban problem for a rural.
I've been saying that for months,
At this point,
since I was elected to council, okay?
but this has
I've been saying
been
that,
about this tree.
all of it, every single bit of it, when it came the last time. And it got pushed aside by the mayor, he didn't want to have a tree ordinance. I mean, this is nothing new, what I'm saying now is, I didn't just pull a rabbit out of the hat today.
That's kind of how she feels about it, and it's kind of how I feel about it, so I just.
Well, I'm sorry, I've been saying this till I'm blue in the face.
But let me do say this, I do believe there's a difference between complicated and necessarily sophisticated. Now, and I err on the side of sophistication, I don't think it needs to be complicated for the sake of complicating. But it does need to be sophisticated enough to demonstrate that we've thought long and hard about how to get this thing right, and I believe you have. And I
That
don't.
we take it serious. I want to be taken seriously by the
I disagree that this is too complicated. I think it's just sophisticated enough for all, given that we don't do some blanket easy way out on the buffer retreat needs to thrive. And I think we gotta go with the zip line, the drip line for that. And we can deal with enforcement down the road. Mr. Brown.
Ken,
Yes,
seems you're very passionate about this. When can you propose 3 significant action steps to make progress, if the progress, as you say, needs to be made?
150, what is 160 inches per acre, put that in there everywhere. You've already seen my first cuts on the field and build ordinance, it's vastly different from what we have in what we're trying to fashion a 26-year-old ordinance that the town had that was basically predicated upon a county ordinance. It's basically urban design again. But I need some more help in that regard, because I'm not a civil engineer, and there are a lot of rules and
My
regulations.
question was when,
I don't know, I
can
can't answer
you
that
suggest
specifically.
3 specific action steps?
The 160 acres, tree per acre. All right, we
In
need,
writing,
what's that?
in writing.
What do you mean in writing?
Well, I mean,
I could
have
write
you
that in
ever
a sentence.
presented
right
it to
there.
us?
That's what you're talking.
Hmm?
I could write that in a sentence.
okay.
Let's move toward progress.
I'll give you 3 right off the top of my head, okay, 160 inches. We need to have a requirement in our code that requires a review and approval of a site plan before anybody does anything. We need to have a requirement that somebody have a review and approval of a zoning permit, which we don't have either one of those in our code right now. And stuff's been made up. And as we've had a discussion all along, you can't just make stuff up. It has to have a lawful basis in code ordinances. So that's 2. All right, the third one that I would suggest here is I like John's idea of the live oaks. I would suggest making those a category in and of themselves.
Okay, so none of the 3 was scrap this and start over, am I correct?
You're correct.
Okay, good.
All right, gang, it looked like we, like, per the agenda, we were supposed to get through that discussion in about 15 minutes. And we're over on our break. Does anybody need a break? Does somebody need a break? We're supposed to take a break from 9:45 to 10.
We need a break.
You need a break?
5 minutes.
All right, let's take a 5 to 10 minute break. And reconvene. Is that everybody down with that? All right, We'll never. All right. We live?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, that concludes the break, but we'll get back into open discussion. There are a couple of orders of business to direct the discussion. Mr. Brown, down to the floor.
Yeah, earlier in our meeting on the record, there was a statement made regarding how much we pay council. And that amount was significantly.
Legal counsel like our lawyer.
Legal counsel. That amount that was quoted was more than double what we paid. And it should be on the record that that's the case.
Said we do not pay legal counsel $795 an hour. It's actually
That's correct.
less than half that on a tiered basis,
Yes.
right? All right, thank you for
That
correcting.
was stated on the record.
Yes, by you.
What?
Yeah, you just said,
We could watch it.
instead of paying council, $750 an hour, something like that. It was just, it wasn't for true loans.
Well, I can show you what they submitted to us, what the rates are, Paul, if that's the question.
No, there's not a question. You just overstated it.
I'll show it to you. It's not overstated.
The current invoice that I'm looking at for a legal attorney is $325 an hour.
And that may very well be based on whatever, but I can show you what they submitted to us, what their rates were, because they were quoted when we hired. I'll be happy to do it. I don't have it on the tank.
Okay.
All right, man, let's, so we've got some professionals, we got some professionals that are here to help guide us through the, wetlands and the septic. But what's next on our agenda is the lighting. So I wonder if we could, what do we have to do? Entertain a motion to move directly into ordinance 2026-05 and 2026-07 and definitely to our guests that are here to participate.
I think we can amend the agenda.
Do we amend the motion to amend the agenda?
I make a motion to amend the agenda to accommodate our guest speakers.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor? Oh, no, you're right. Discussion?
The agenda has already been approved. Proper time to do this would have been before approval.
That's for sure, but we didn't know they were coming and we were gonna take so long, but we do take a long time, so the motion is, any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed?
Nay,
All right, motion carries, Mr. Brubaker, do you have a?
I just had a question, whether or not the citizens are gonna have a period of comment on the tree ordinance and the ordinances in general. I don't know that.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the municipal protocol is for public comment. I would imagine that if there were a public comment period, that it would have had to have been advertised and put on the agenda. But we are happy to hear from experts, and that's why I said earlier, I believe you're an expert in the trees, so, I don't think there is a public comment period.
So you have a botanist that's going to address the trees.
We, are you a botanist too?
And
Excellent, yeah, we love
not a credentialed botanist, but
I believe that you are an expert in that area. And I'd love to hear from you as an expert, but I don't think there's a public comment period of one, is that right?
That's right. We also have other avenues where you can submit written public comments, and we did have a public hearing on it, but at any point in time, they are addressed to all members of the council for any public comment related to any ordinance.
just asking.
I'd love to hear what you guys say, Sean. Let's do the, like, for the sake of the Charleston Waterkeeper and, the lawyers that are in the room, let's move to open discussion of ordinance 2026-05, an ordinance of the town of Alton, South Carolina to amend Title 15 Land Uses, Chapter 153 Zoning Code Subdivision Regulations Divisions, Section 153.305 Water and Sewage Disposal. of the code, down, do you want to read us off again on that? Ordinance 26/05 now?
Of course, and again, Mayor Crawley, would you prefer that I review staff report in verbatim or overview or first reading and overview of planning commission recommendations?
I prefer the overview of that. I prefer the overview, if that works for everybody, that pleases the council. So overview.
So starting on page 30 of 74 of your provided packet. At the top reads review of first reading amendments. The first reading amendments will foster environmental stewardship by requiring private wells and setbacks to, or private wells and septic systems to follow building setbacks. Promote water quality by increasing the minimum distance from the application of effluent to the zone of saturation or ZOS or seasonable water table by 6 inches, 12 inches in total for systems without advanced treatment technology, and by 2 inches or 8 inches in total for systems with advanced treatment technology. Promote sustainable land development activities by leaving the septic area undisturbed until the system is installed. Required a maintenance and monitoring schedule to be created and reported with the lots or deeds. What systems will be affected? These amendments would affect any newly created lots after July 1st, 2026, as written in the first reading version, and will be required to meet the new septic requirements with any subdivision. Ultra shallow systems, particularly systems that are designed to be placed in an area where the zone of saturation is less than 18 inches. Financial costs, zone of saturation offset would result in systems with advanced treatment being more feasible, financially accessible than a system without. Advanced treatment comes with frequent maintenance and inspections. These practices will promote more sustainable wastewater management. This ordinance does not affect existing lots. This ordinance, as proposed, would require lots being created in future subdivisions after July 1st, 2026 to comply with the new regulations. This is designed to properly manage applications and phasing out older regulations to ensure interested parties are given the correct information. Overview of Planning Commission recommendations. The recommendations made by Planning Commission would provide relevant terms as defined in R 61-56, which is the state's regulations for septic systems, regarding septic systems and water systems. To create a new term for advanced treatment methods. These options are listed in R 61-56. However, SCDS, or the South Carolina Department of Environmental Services, does not list this as a defined term. Establish a setback requirement for wells to be 15 feet from any property line and 75 feet from any component of the septic tank as required by state law. For septic tank regulation changes, septic tank drainage field buffer. An area to remain undisturbed until the drain field is installed. If encroachment takes place, the soil will have to be reclassified, and if necessary, the septic system be redesigned. B, septic system drain field design, zone of saturation offsets for systems with advanced treatment would be lowered to the minimum allowed by SCDS at a 6-inch vertical offset. Septic drain field shall be set 15 feet from any property line. Those primarily cover the proposed changes. One thing I will go over are some staff findings that were presented to the Planning Commission. Staff proposed following modifications of minimum vertical distance of zone of saturation. Planning Commission recommended changing the vertical offset distance to the minimum allowed of 6 inches for systems with advanced treatment. The first reading version had an additional 2-inch increase in the vertical offset requirement, so a total of 8 in the first reading version. Staff consulted with an on-site wastewater professional to determine, as proposed in the Planning Commission version, the cost of a system with advanced treatment would be more feasible than one without. So therefore, a conventional system with a higher zone of saturation would be more costly than a system with advanced treatment. An additional consideration was previously provided to the Planning Commission to take a more site-specific approach. Based on the soil classifier's findings, if the zone of saturation is between 0 and 12 inches, then the offset should be the highest, and as the zone of saturation goes further down, the minimum offset by DES could be achieved. The goal to protect water quality, but to then keep in mind, each site is different where that zone of saturation occurs. You may have on one lot where it's 6 inches from the top of the soil, you may have it where it's 12, or you may have it even where it's 24. Very seldom, but you could. The remaining changes are relatively similar to what was originally proposed in the planning commission. In the first reading, the planning commission's recommended version is structured better, includes important terms. Staff find that the planning commission's recommended changes would complement the intent of the first reading version of the ordinance and provide for more organized ordinance. One other thing is other coastal communities and regional partners within South Carolina are taking comprehensive approaches to septic management within their communities. The Edisto Island Open Land Trust and the town of Mount Pleasant have started programs to educate and assist residents in the community. These programs have been established through the use of strategic planning and research to identify vulnerabilities within their communities. Staff have been meeting with regional partners such as Sea Grant, South Carolina Office of Resiliency or SCORE, and other entities to find opportunities for the town to collaborate or create projects locally to assist our community with septic issues. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency recommends communities that rely solely on decentralized waste disposal systems or septic systems to establish a septic management plan. The town of Allendale should thoroughly consider the impacts of existing septic systems within our jurisdiction and in unincorporated areas nearby on water quality and how impacts from external factors such as sea level rise, future development, and future waste management policies could result in larger impacts to the community. Essentially, staff wanted to provide that information in there because while we're on the discussion of septic, it is imperative to consider the larger picture of septic management here in town. The town has never formally adopted a septic management plan, nor moreover looked at it holistically. There are things to consider as we cite more septic systems. And if further regulation is to be created, a detailed study should be accompanied by those regulations. That's just a staff recommendation. And I yield my time.
Dan, are we working at all on a system of maintenance that's required for septic, which would be for everyone? But some kind of program that people take part in, where their tanks get inspected on an annual basis and that sort of thing. I think Mount Pleasant Board or has something that works like that. We haven't.
We do not at this point know that would need to be made by this decision body to kind of move in that direction. Because of funding, grant opportunities would probably be our best option to kickstart that program and then kind of move through it. The Edisto Island Open Land Trust has a really good program where they will assist individuals in upfitting or repairing or replacing systems as well as general maintenance. Mount Pleasant, I believe, is strictly maintenance, but I don't have those details.
Yeah, inspection that leads to whatever the next step is. I think that'd be great. They don't have it most of them.
So the South Carolina Department of Environmental Services does require that maintenance plans be recorded with the deed for any new septic systems or new permits issued, or at least that was how it was conveyed to me by DES. So that is something that is at a higher level being done. This ordinance would then reinforce it here at the local level to ensure that everyone is doing that and it's checked before a lot is subbed up.
Interesting. That
Yeah, if I could go back to that too. So these regulations would apply to our subdivision regulations. So as it relates to the creation of lots, the code states that you have to meet the minimum soil requirements for DES for a modified or traditional septic system or conventional septic system. These would change that completely, whereas we would like to see particular systems and how they're installed or the manner in which they are installed as a precedent in the approval of that development plan as it's detailed in the land development regulations for the state.
Yeah, I had some issues with DES on a few questions. I wonder if the most proper thing to do is do we hear from the experts on this prior to evaluating questions? Is that how you want to handle that?
Yes.
It is what I would think, please. If Andrew or
I suggest that maybe it might be helpful to those who come with us if we could just go around the table really quickly. If there are any just quickly pose any questions we might like them to address.
Great, yeah, that makes sense too, might probably better sense, y'all wanna do it the same way, we'll start with Forte and just move, whatever direction that is, counterclockwise. Well,
I have a 29 page submittal. I'm not gonna go over page by page. This was for a septic system that was put in within a few miles of here. This is bears an engineer seal. Engineer is Malcolm Baldwin from McClellanville, who also serves on McClellanville Town Council. It's got a table of contents, it's got a cover page, introduction, description of proposed treatment system, soil prep, disposal, field, operation and amendments. There's a soils report done by another guy who knows his dirt. Is this something that we're gonna require to be submitted?
So those types of documents we do see with larger subdivisions.
This is one single lot.
So depending on the type of system, the engineer may provide that
It's a
information.
conventional system.
So if the engineer is designing it and DES requires them to submit it, then that's the documentation that we get. If it's a DES permit, it's a little bit more bare bones than that.
I know, I think we should.
Require
And
that.
here's my thing is, I don't wanna micromanage people who know a whole lot about this than I do. I've, in my career that was even longer than 33 years. If I didn't have an engineer seal, if I didn't have a PE substantiating what I wanted to do, I couldn't do it. So I think we need something like this, and I can give you, it's pretty comprehensive.
right on,
So the question is, what kind of engineering reports and sort of classification and then require?
is that specific to McClellanville?
No, this is right around the corner.
That's here.
Millcrest Drive, which is right across from the church, lot 5.
Is
The
that part?
engineer is in McClellanville. This is a single lot. Very comprehensive.
Old-fashioned concrete tank with a regular drain field, nothing engineered,
No, I'm sorry, I think it has a pump.
that's engineered.
Oh, yeah, it is engineered.
It's conventional, Paul.
It's he called it in his report conventional.
Thank you for that. clarification.
It's not meaning it's not gravity,
Thank you for that.
okay?
Is that property within the town?
Yes.
No grass.
I think we need to require something like this. This is very comprehensive. It has the maintenance suggestions in there. Got soils report, got pictures. By the way, this engineer, will not engineer a drip system or a pre-treatment system, which is what we call an engineered system.
I think, like, I learned about engineered system when I was like learning about this whole, like, greater this concept. And if you can't dig a hole, put a concrete septic tank in and run a drain field, if you have to do anything to it, even just bring in dirt, then it's considered engineered. It fits into the definition of engineered.
Yeah.
With no pumps, no stations, no drip, no, none of that. It's engineered if you bring in dirt, right? So the engineer is a much.
It's
It's a
too
much
broad.
lower bar
Yeah.
than I thought it would be. But, Tim, what do you have to say?
I was just gonna ask our experts, to please touch on vertical distance and help us, determine, because there seems to be back and forth between us and planning commission and how we compare to other states like us, there are coastal communities or municipalities that are having to live in a combination of public water, lots of their own well. There are some municipalities that probably have, different approaches to this. I don't know if they have gotten as strict as we have, trying to determine whether it's engineered versus conventional, which you see we're already having a conversation about that. But I would love your take on that particularly.
All right, Grace.
Yeah, that was one of my biggest questions as well. I wondered if there was any, mapping data available for our area, kind of showing where that water table is, so we could sort of see, what areas would be most impacted. If those areas, if there's less separation or near coastal waters, then it might be reasonable to require the higher separation. But I don't know if that looks like on a map. You could tell in the visual learner, so.
Yeah.
That was one of my biggest questions, as well, and, I think just the clarification on the engineer versus not is really helpful, because it's my understanding too that even a comment is a level of engineering, so if you have any additional clarification on that.
It says right here. Both engineered and non-engineered can have pump assistance.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, so that's to me, DES concerns me, the South Carolina Department of Environmental Services, when I asked them in a public hearing, they were talking about stormwater runoff. That ends up in the class 1 wilderness of Cape Urbane. And I said, you're gonna put all these septic tanks in this plan development. What, how does sea level rise affect the calculations? And they said, we don't calculate for sea level rise. Like their sea level rise deniers and DES, and that's just like we're not modeling anymore, we're measuring the water in the yard, right? Like modeling is over, the water's in the yard. And the idea that our Department of Environmental Services doesn't account for sea level rise in communities like ours that experience sunny day flooding is, I don't get that. I don't know why somebody's not doing something about that in the state. And then I asked them, what were your considerations when you decided to let the stormwater runoff terminate in Sealy Bay inside class 1 wilderness? One of only 3 on these steps, completely untrammeled. And they were like, we didn't take that into consideration when we made our recommendations. And I'm like, you don't get to do that. You don't get to ignore Cape Romaine National Wildlife Refuge as if you're trying to build something in, Lexington, right? Or somewhere that's not near a class 1 wilderness area or water in general. And the idea that we will hold ourselves to a higher standard, and we will consider sea level rise, and we will consider Cape Romaine, but here at the gateway to Cape Romaine. I think those are ideas that we need to bring into reality with ordinances like this. The boxes here online is a required to participate in an organized maintenance program, and I hear you on that. That's a process, and to be an action item brought up by us to create such a thing, probably through grant funding. We talked about rising water levels to rise, about consideration of Cape Romaine National Wildlife Refuge, it should be held to a higher standard, and then the advanced treatment technology, the engineered system continues to come up over and over again, and if I understand the definition of engineered, if there's a pump on it, it's engineered. And is that correct? Do you agree with that? If there's a pump on the tank, it's the engineered system?
DES views it slightly different. So there's the 2 disconnects here that I think it's from our understanding versus how they're permitted, engineered versus non-engineered. Engineering can be in a standard system that's permitted by DES, but when you incorporate modifying the soil, or when you incorporate an advanced treatment like aerobic or anaerobic treatment facility with drip tubing and things like that, that's when you get into a different system, which is called a standard 610, And that is required to be designed and installed by an engineer.
And that, and you do that because the regular conventional septic tank just won't do that.
In certain cases, yes.
And I'm sort of, what I wanna say is this, what does it say in the comprehensive plan? And I believe that it says in the comprehensive plan, no engineered septic systems, right? And it's like, is the comprehensive plan like the gospel, or is it like the pirate's tale? You know, is it loosely translated depending on the circumstance, or is it the word of the people? You know, is it the word of what, of how we should move forward? And I'd love to hear the philosophy of the council on what it says in the comprehensive plan and how we intend to translate. Is it loosely translatable as a suggestion? Or is it the word that is spoken? And what we're held to, because it's the will of the population. And with that, I'll move.
I'd like to, I believe what Kinsey and Andrew can add to that discussion about engineering versus engineering as well.
Mr. Timmons? Well. You have the comment.
Yes.
Welcome to the meeting.
How long has this engineered stuff been around?
The earliest record I found of an engineered system is from the early 1800s in France. Feel free to cite my sources if that's incorrect for the record, but that's what I have found.
Well, I guess I've got an engineered system now, because I've been on, my tank's been in over 25 years. I have 2 tanks with full and pump up. So that's considered engineered, but I didn't have no engineer to come up and tell me my septic. Installed did be. Now, my question is, my gray water is pumped up in another lot on 500 foot away. If that lot gets sold, which I'm sure it's going to get sold in the future, where my drain lines are, what's gonna happen to me?
I'd imagine that the new owner would require you to move the drain lines off their property. Is that,
You know, they were put there for a reason, because I wouldn't perk at the time, so.
well, so you'd be an existing lot having to get a new system, so you could default to DES's standards, you wouldn't have to meet these new requirements as an existing lot. Now, if you were to subdivide or have a future subdivision down the line and to install septic on a lot, you'd have to meet these new requirements. Does that answer your question?
No. Where am I gonna run it to,
It'd have to be on your property.
if it won't work?
Maybe you can't sell them.
Well, I don't plan to subdivide.
Well, if you want perk, then you probably have to get a system that DES would permit there.
I don't understand what kind of system that would be, but I've already got 2 tanks.
That's not especially for us to figure out. Seemingly you would have an easement, a recorded easement to keep what you've got, so. It's a moot point, you don't need to worry about it. If you have a legal right to have what you have on somebody else's property. That's a legal right we got, and we don't really need to talk about it.
Okay. Like it,
Easement, right? All right, Mr. Probably, what do you think?
I got 3 things basically. One. And I'll be brief. It talks about open discussion. There's nothing on here about anything experts or anything like that. So I would suggest that if we have other members of the public that wish to speak, since we don't specify, we accommodate them as well. Anyways, moving on. Another thing, I like what you said about town requirements being more stringent than DES requirements. Because I was at the same public hearing that you were at. And you may recall that I asked one of the DES guys, to their knowledge, is there anything that would prohibit the town from not allowing engineered septic tank systems? And the response was, no, there's not. You can't. So I want to take just a brief step further with your concerns with respect to sea level rise and proliferation of conglomeration or whatever. Of septic tanks in a certain area in close proximity to class 1 wilderness areas. I would suggest we need to explore that more carefully. And if we can adopt regulations that are more stringent than DES. But in other words, if they don't occupy the entire field, and they don't speak and we can speak and lawyer talk, then we do so. And we do so as expeditiously as possible. Now, the third aspect, engineered, non-engineered, whatever. DES has their own definitions. I crafted a definition and put it in the town code. It was I think 2 or 3 sentences. I don't have it here in front of me right now, but you know what it said, and Susan, you remember it as well. I defined it this way. All right, and I got this from the internet, just looking on it. And a conventional, what most people call a conventional septic tank system, is an anaerobic system. That means it relies on critters that don't breathe air.
Not oxygen.
Not oxygen. They decompose the matter that the stuff that goes in, the chemical gray water that goes to the drain field, gets dispensed. Without oxygen. All right, the engineered septic systems, which I want to see prohibited, are the aerobic systems that require pumps and aeration. All right, and the reason why, I get back to this whole thing, we are a rural community. Time and time again, that's what we are, that's what the citizens say they want to continue to have. What is the number one thing that has caused this consternation that we have now with these flying builders? What allowed them to come? It wasn't the small lot size. We have the 12,500 minimum lot size in the R zoning classification for 26 years. It's predicated upon the ordinance that was adopted in 2000. It was predicated on the county's code. It wasn't because we got a water system. That's been in place since 2009, where it says if you have the water system, you can have a 12,500 square foot lot. Why they came, what allowed them to come, were the engineered anaerobic septic tank systems that they could put on a 12,500 square foot lot.
Engineered aerobic.
Aerobic, all right, so we can forget about pump, we can forget about fill, we can forget about whatever else. If it relies on oxygen to do its work, it is an engineered, it's mechanically assisted, engineered aerobic septic tank system. If it is a conventional anaerobic system, you install it. All you have to worry about is basically, aside from sea level rise, eventually, is root penetration into the drain field and not properly pumping out the system. If it is constructed properly. Now, people put stuff in the ground for septic tanks that are anywhere from 55 gallon drum to an old car or just a pit in the ground. But ones that are permitted by what used to be the county health department, that they're basically a concrete tank with pipe that goes from your house into there and pipe that goes out to a drain field. Those they take care of themselves if you pump them out periodically and you protect the drain field from either driving over it and crushing it or intrusion from roots and things. That's what we need to have. We need to get rid of these engineered things that where you can put them on a dinky lot and they're mechanically assisted and they use air to get rid of the effluent. To me, that's easy peasy lemon squeezy. You know, you're worried, I mean, the more septic tanks you have, the greater the ability that somewhere, sometime along the line, something's gonna fail. I mean, that's just the way things are. The more you have, the more it can go on. The less is better. The land needs to tell us how much development it can take. If you can't have a conventional anaerobic septic tank system on your land, then you shouldn't be building things. Period. If we're gonna do the other, we might as well just have a big pipe. Tell Mount Pleasant Water and Sewer Commission, come on in. Open the gate wide open. Here it is. Another extension of the town of Mount Pleasant. We'll have it all the way up to McClellanville and then to Georgetown. Why not? So those are the things that I am for, and please hear me, I've been saying this since I got elected. It needs to stay rural, we don't need a bunch of fancy regulations to suburbanize a rural community. If we just outlaw these aerobic systems, then the battle's almost won. That bigger lots and no fill and build, we can keep our rural community. And it won't look like an extension of the town of Mount Pleasant, which incidentally is what most of the people told me of the approximately $400 I knocked on back in the day when I ran for council. They said two things. We don't want to be another Mount Pleasant. And they said, and we basically just want to be left alone. They don't want a bunch of rules and regulations telling them what they can and can't do.
I hear that.
We need to keep this a rural community. And that's all I gotta say about that, but y'all can do whatever things you think are most necessary for the conventional system without separation, depth, all this kind of stuff. But the crucial thing that is gonna make the difference in this game is we need to get rid of these mechanically assisted aerobic systems, and that is the distinguishing factor. Aerobic versus anaerobic, forget anything else.
I'm tracking you completely there. That's so interesting. I know that. Like we know, this is that for any rural landscape is sewer and water. And it's not so much the water, it's the sewer. Right? And the way that and that's what's allowed these big planning developments and sewer depths and this development of the size of the town in the next 2 years is septic tank. So it's just like having the big pump, you know?
Clear cut, fill and build,
Right.
engineer septic tank systems, you're asking for, you're saying, come develop Owendale to the maximum extent possible.
It's a three-legged stool, it's zoning, it's infrastructure, and it's land protection. And we've had the zoning that allowed it, and
We still do.
yeah, well, I mean, hopefully on the right path with that. And so infrastructure has been the default guardrail.
Right.
And do we continue to rely on that? Are there situations where an engineered system could be more protective for the environment? I agree with everything that Kent said. But that's a question I think I'm still struggling with, is, are there cases where it could be appropriate and be actually, protected, but,
Yeah.
I think that's what, one of my biggest questions is.
Any other comments on this before we invite some figures to speak? All right, well, Andrew, you want to start off, or you guys pick y'all pick a order, pick the three, or how you want to?
Happy to, you want me at the podium or?
Yeah, I think that's probably most proper, do the thing where you tell us what your name is and what you're addressing and all that. While Andrew's coming up, I will mention that, I think that Mr. Krauser's comment on what we're doing here clearly says open discussion. And I don't know that that's defined in any way, but open just says open, it doesn't say open discussion for the council members only. So there's, let it be known that we want to hear the voices of the citizens of 100% of the time. So happy to take comments, I believe. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess a couple of things before we start. As the spirit of open discussion, stop and ask me questions. Want to make sure I cover some of what I heard, but want to address those concerns and questions as directly as possible and in a way that's most productive for y'all and most helpful. The other thing I wanted to mention, a little bit of a history nerd, and I think if you look back through the history of this area, you'll find.
What do you?
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Andrew Wonderly, Charleston Waterkeeper. Live on James Island. But if you look at the history of this issue, our Charleston and its surrounding communities have struggled since, really since their founding with how to handle waste. And so really respect the courage it takes to for y'all to delve into these tough issues. You know, they're not easy, they're not simple. And if they were, they would have been solved a long time ago. So, you know, kudos for the courage to do this. It's not easy, but I think, you know, we've got a bunch of great people in the room and should be able to get to a workable solution. I think one of the things I heard right off the bat was, you know, engineer, conventional, you also hear sometimes called advanced systems. Couple of quick thoughts there. One is, one of the advantages to those systems that view more than a conventional system is that they can produce a higher quality effluent. And so the effluent is, you know, what comes out of your home, your sinks, your showers, your toilets, you know, or businesses or whatever. You know, an advanced system that's properly maintained, properly operated, properly installed and sited, can, you know, in some instances produce a better quality effluent because they're allowing for treatment within the system itself. They're not using the soil.
Are you
So-
calling F or effluent?
Effluent,
Effluent.
yeah, EFFULENT. Yeah.
So the,
Not red.
so there's a lot, there's a big,
I know.
there's a big if there, right? Like if they're properly maintained, if they're this, if they're that, where it's like
Yeah,
the septic tank at my house,
yeah,
if I protect the drain field. And had it pumped once every 3 years, then I'm 3 years ahead of the curve on once every 6 years cycle, and I don't have to. Do any of this anaerobic, I don't have to do anything
it
else.
kind of works passively, right? You're using the bacteria that's in the soil in that vertical separation distance to treat the wastewater that comes out of there before it reaches groundwater, before it runs off into surface water, right? So in a conventional system, you're using the natural microbes that are in the soil to be able to treat the effluent, right? In a more advanced system, sometimes, and let me run through a few of them. And I'm no septic engineer. This is just what I've learned in doing conservation work. So, there's a mounded system, right? That's another form of engineered system where you have a tank and then the tank gets, there's a pump that pumps up to the mound. And the reason there's a mound is because you're getting that vertical separation distance, right? You don't have it in the natural soil, so you have to mound up soil to be able to create that vertical separation distance to allow for that treatment to happen. The other one you can see are spray fields, where the effluent is sprayed. You see this a lot of times in golf courses and things like that, where it's actually sprayed on as, you know, kind of like a sprinkler system for fertilization. That's,
Do they treat it first?
it's, goes through a minimal level of treatment in the tank.
So the first month.
While the rest, they're
The
pretty.
first one, you pump your man,
Yeah,
that's anaerobic.
that works, that works
That's
just
the
the same.
second example where you spray the effluent,
Yeah.
that's the road, is that correct?
No. So you're doing the same basic vault tank system where the solids settle out, cleaner water moves through. And then at that point, it gets sprayed, you know, it gets sprayed, and spray field is the common term for it. From there, you have systems that may, you know, there's the gravity system, which most conventionals are, where it just uses gravity to move through the drain field. Sometimes you use pumps to move it through the drain field. The other big one, I think the one you're seeing more and more nowadays is one that has, we heard it referenced by Councilman Kraus, but the aerobic systems, right? And that's essentially like a mini sewage treatment plant, right? It's usually in a fiberglass tank and there's a couple of different stages of treatment. It goes through that settling process, then it goes through an anaerobic treatment process it goes through an aerobic treatment process where they use bacteria to break down the solids. Then it goes through a disinfection process, and then it goes to a drain field. And so all of those systems can work, right? All the systems can work. The more engineering involved and the more advanced they get, the more maintenance is required, the more upkeep is required, the more expertise is required to install and site them and maintain them over time. I know a colleague of mine, the Peconic Baykeeper up on Long Island, they really like the aerobic treatment systems. They're trying to get everybody to go to those, but they're only doing that because they're also at the same time requiring monthly maintenance. So in order to install one of those tanks, you have to have a maintenance contract with a licensed professional that comes by and maintains your system. You also have to have backup power plants, which can be, you know, generators, batteries, in order to keep these things operating. And it's just, that's.
It's so interesting, I didn't think of that, that they have to have One ten, right? I gotta have power. going.
Yeah, some of them will have pumps or macerators to break things down and that sort of stuff, so, hopefully that maybe gets at, some of the conversation around those engineered systems and, why some of them work and some of them don't. I think one of the unintended consequences you all should be aware of is with, having, an outright ban could make some lots in some instances undevelopable. Which, brings up, some thorny legal issues that, it's too. It's just something to consider, in how you craft an ordinance to get after that question. So I think we covered, some of the engineered issues. We've covered, trying to think some of my notes here. I think, two, you want to think about this issue in two ways. One is, there's a particular problem that I think ONDA is wrestling with right now. And it's when, you have these big development projects where houses are packed in, some three to the acre, all in individual septic tanks. And I think staying focused on, what you want this community to be, right? A rural community with large lot sizes. And that sort of, that sort of community versus, some of the development projects that we're seeing, especially just down the street. Making sure that whatever, the ordinance is crafted to tackle specific problems. The flip side of that is, what do you do about the tanks that are already here, right? And that's where we've heard some conversation around a maintenance program, right? And, maintenance and operation.
The second. There's a maintenance crew here in your block from the portalet. If your car is blocking the portalet, could you move and? No, I want to,
Of course, it's mine.
so let's take a quick break.
Yes.
we mentioned Long Island.
Yeah, we can do better than that.
No, because you have relationships with other people in your position. Are there any municipalities, towns, counties, neighborhoods that came close to getting it right that we could put to the model? That's, I mean, because like, obviously, and I've talked to Dan about this. I mean, technology moves forward, you know, and sometimes you have to move forward with it. I mean, I thank God every day for air conditioning. I mean, obviously, you know,
That's,
And-
that's an engineered system.
exactly. I don't wanna go back to paper payments. Yeah.
I agree.
And I guess my question is there a municipality or some area that we could look at that's done a good job of looking at homes that were built 30 years ago? We have the anaerobic systems, much like ours, but have evolved over time and are really close to getting it right. And maybe there's not.
Yeah. Oh, great question.
Or maybe you can tell us how that could be us, how we could be the model.
I think the fact that you are here wrestling with this is a great indicator that you're heading in the right
Wrestling or
direction.
wrestling? Because- Or wrestling.
I think it is a wonderful indicator. I think the one that comes to, who hasn't done that, so.
Not to my knowledge. I don't think where they're well experienced.
My understanding is that you all are in the forefront of this in South Carolina. I think the only other example I know of in South Carolina is Greenville County that did in 2 years ago, did a 1.5 acre minimum lot size on subdivisions of, I think, 5 or 10 or greater, somewhere in that range. So they did a minimum lot size on subdivisions over a certain. And I can't, the threshold was either 5 or 10, I can't remember the exact number, and so that seemed to work. Greenville County experiencing explosive growth. You know, similar to here, and I think we're seeing a similar type of development, you know, outside of existing public service boundaries, dense suburban development. You know, 2 to 3 houses per acre, all on individual septic tanks, and so that's the way they chose to approach it. In Greenville County.
The vertical depth.
So I don't think they did anything with vertical separation distance, and this, one of the other themes that came up, right, is the vertical separation distance. I wanted to point out, and one of y'all mentioned it, but you know, the state law sets the floor, right? Local cities and towns can and often do more and require them, right? So South Carolina's septic tank regulations apply to the whole state uniformly, right? So whatever, you know, if you're up in the mountains, you know, that's the same set of septic rules as you would apply here in the low country, as you apply in the sand hills, as you apply to Piedmont. So, you know, the fact that, you know, you all are wrestling with a specific thing in a, you know, low-lying, highly saturated soils, you know, and expected to apply the same regulations, only the same regulations that, you know, work statewide. It's only natural, I think, that you want to do something more to protect the unique character of the community and, you know, the resources that are, you know, around on them. So, you know, I think that's a really important piece. I think you're on, you know, relatively well-trodden ground there. I wanted to go back to, we're talking about maintenance programs, we're starting to get into that. I think a couple of great examples of that are Edisto Island has and Edisto Land Trust have a really great model for helping people that are unable to do it themselves repair malfunctioning septic tanks. And so that money is grant money that comes through the Healthy Harbor Fund and Coastal Community Foundation that's granted to Edisto Land Trust, and then Edisto Land Trust helps folks that need it when problems are discovered with their septic systems and not operating properly. Sometimes it's as simple as reconnecting them. In a couple instances, the folks at Edisto Land Trust have found homes where the plumbing under the house has just come disconnected, and essentially everything's just running into the crawl space under the house. And so really for a few $100s, they're able to redo the plumbing connection, bring the septic tank back online.
Somebody ought to get paid for it for that.
The other example I'm aware of, and is really local, is the town of Mount Pleasant Waterworks. Has a maintenance and operation or maintenance program where for $15 a month, you can sign up for ongoing maintenance with Mount Pleasant Waterworks. So if you have a septic tank within Mount Pleasant Waterworks' service area, you can sign up for this program. They'll do a free pump out and free inspection. You agree to carry the $15 going forward. And they'll give you that free pump out, give you an inspection, and then anything that's wrong with the tank, you'd be responsible for fixing. They would help you fix as long as you're willing to take on that $15 a month fee. So that gives them an idea that tanks that are within their jurisdiction, also the operating condition of those, and helps them find any that are just not functioning.
That's a voluntary program.
That's a voluntary program right now. They've had really strong uptake on that. So they've been real pleased, I think, with the number of people that have signed up for it. The other piece, and I'm happy to report too, that we worked with Mount Pleasant Waterworks.
I can't. I'm listening. I'm looking. Sorry.
We, the Mount Pleasant Waterworks and Charleston Waterkeeper, my organization, partnered together to do a grant, to do a program similar to what Edisto Land Trust is doing, but in the Mount Pleasant area. So there will be grant funding available for folks that can't afford to fix their own tanks moving forward for this funding cycle. So, there's some great examples out there of these maintenance programs. I think if we do the research and look at some other communities are doing, I think, getting after the issue of existing tanks and making sure that they're working as well as they can, I think is a really critical component of this. I think, making sure that, the state's weak septic tank regs don't force a type of development on ONDA that y'all don't want is one part of this, but also, getting after, how can we best operate, maintain the tanks? And so generally those programs look like a required pump out, an inspection by a licensed contractor, and then, some requirement to fix things, that the inspection uncovers as problems. So one other thing I would point to is the City of Folly Beach has a time of sale ordinance where at the time of sale, you have to have your tank pumped out and inspected, and then it's rated. If it's rated, below a certain level, the repairs have to be made. The reason that time of sale thing works, I think, pretty well is that, just like if you buy a house and, if your inspection uncovers the roof needs to be replaced, there's money available in an arm's length transaction to help offset the costs of some of the repairs that may be needed on septic tanks. So, a couple of different options or examples there. I think, implementation, we could probably reach out to the City of Folly Beach. I think they've had some implementation problems with, realtors being aware of the requirement during the sale to let clients know. That's really an education issue, getting realtors up to speed on what's required in the City of Folly Beach. But in order to get your water turned on, you have to show that you have that inspection done. And so that's, just kind of the enforcement mechanism there. But have I covered most or at least touched on?
Yeah, I had some questions when you first started off. Thanks for being here. Thanks for taking time. I appreciate you. How much you do with Waterkeeper. I think every town could use a Waterkeeper, right?
Thank you.
Like you had the team and the community involvement. And you started off, you gave us 4 examples of septic tanks.
Yep.
And it sounded like the first 3 were anaerobic. And the last one was aerobic,
Aerobic, yeah.
right? You think that it would be something we could do, a direction we could go, or maybe it's a question for the law project of allowing anaerobic and disallowing aerobic?
Yeah. I think it depends on the problem you're trying to solve, right? So, the type of incompatible development you're seeing, are you seeing those types of tanks being used in those developments?
What are they planning for that clear cut over there, or this clear cut behind us? Do you know what their septic plan is?
The types of tanks.
I have not seen specific loadouts, but I think the conversation that Councilman Krauser was addressing was the aerobic systems not pertinent to one particular site development. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be everywhere, but I mean, to answer your question, these newer developments by the volume builders, they are not using aerobic septic tank systems. They are using these pump assisted anaerobic septic tank
Right.
systems on these lots because they can't, they're too small to accommodate otherwise. So to answer a question about, well, what do we do about it? Even if it were under a situation where if they're prohibited, and it's in the zoning code, the state law does not allow variance to be granted for prohibited uses. So that would be out of the question. One of the other issues is this is in our land development regulations, which puts the planning commission in a position of reviewing plats and plans and so forth. But I don't really think they would be the appropriate entity to review septic tank systems on individual lots. That's just beyond the scope of what they should be doing. As far as a question was raised about, well, what about lots of record that existing that would be prohibited from that? Now, then you'd be looking at a potential regulatory takings issue. And of course, they're also a case by case, fact specific analysis. There's no bright line distinction of what constitutes a regulatory taking and what doesn't. It's if you go too far. And what is that? Well, that's for the courts to decide. But you could include a provision of an effective date. And if you had a legitimate pre-existing legal lot of record, they could not accommodate an aerobic system, an anaerobic system, then you could have a provision where they could have this out. And you could also have stipulations as to what has been discussed in order to do so. Which currently we don't have anything. They just get installed and that's that.
Right.
So there are many ways to skin the cat, so to speak. But in my mind, the easiest thing to do is just prohibit them going forward. Can't do these anymore. So in other words, we're not gonna create lots that this is the only way that you can have an on-site sanitary sewage disposal.
Yeah.
Choice. Bigger lots, that's the main thing. Heck, I like green. 1.5 acres would suit me. Heck, I'd go with even greater minimum lot sizes than online, and we've done that through our comprehensive plan recommendations. But it seems like the planning commission's going in the opposite direction.
I think from a water quality and conservation perspective, the minimum lot sizes make a lot of sense. You know,
Absolutely.
Yes, for a lot of reasons. I think it's been shown to be workable in South Carolina. I think is one advantage, but I think, beyond that, there isn't, like a kind of a one size fits all approach to septic tanks is the problem. And I think, if you have a minimum lot size that's big enough, I think you kind of get yourself out of the weeds of, types of tanks,
I mean, who wouldn't choose less expensive and easier to operate?
Yeah.
just about everybody.
But if I may, in some cases, it's not a choice, they have to use it.
I'm saying, if given the choice,
Right.
you'd be crazy to do the other.
I asked a question, pump out, it's not annual, is it on a conventional system? I've been, rule of thumb, every 3 years.
Yeah, so it depends on use.
Right.
High use tanks, you need to do more frequently, typical residential, and the recommendations are 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's also a size component too, like number of.
But there again, if we require one of these for every new septic tank, it's in here, he's telling us. And he's putting his license and livelihood on a line. And he's telling us how often it needs to be pumped. Now it's a matter of making them abide by that. Making the homeowner abide by that.
I think, exactly, and I think, there's a lot of great advice and recommendations out there about how to maintain conventional systems, pump outs, inspection frequencies, what to do on drain fields, all that sort of thing. I think this, the next step with all that is to make it an obligation, right? A lot of times folks don't even know they have septic tanks or parking on top of them, or they put a, deck on top of it or a porch. They discover it accidentally when they're doing, something, landscaping project, sort of thing. Or they discover it when it stops working. That's a pretty common case that we hear about. So, you know, it's not enough just to notify the homeowner that, hey, these are what you're recommending to do. You know, taking that next step, I think can get, you know, much better performance and much better.
So we sent out a letter that said, provide documentation within the next year that your pump, that your septic system has been pumped out in the last whatever years. So now we get a rotation going, and now it's a matter of, okay, well, you're up now, you know, you need to pump it, okay, X number of months go by. We didn't get documentation from them in form of that invoice from when they were pumped. And we fine them and say, we will credit this fine when you produce the documentation that's been pumped. And then next year, another batch of houses are up for this cycle.
Actually, I think it's in the nuts and bolts of what a management plan would be.
Exactly, yeah.
Might be a little beyond
Yeah.
where we are at this point, but yeah, I hear you.
Anything further for Andrew? All right, can you stick around or you got to
Yeah.
get back to my public? Stick around just in case.
Yep.
Happy to do it. So bring on the legal team.
Go ahead. Hi everyone, Lindsay Poole, I'm with the South Carolina Environmental Law Project, I live in West Ashley. I came and I spoke, as in terms of public comments when this was, up for public hearing, and some of this will be a little bit redundant in terms of what Andrew has mentioned, because him and I have had quite a bit of conversations about this, and Andrew really brings a level of technical expertise that lawyers don't have, where we're concerned with language on a piece of paper and how to interpret it. But where that conversation started to get to was the consideration of that minimum lot size approach, and that being a much cleaner legal approach to this issue, and one that we have seen play out in South Carolina. I do think that doing something like a minimum lot size approach, especially for major subdivisions, which you guys can define in terms of how many numbers of houses you want to be classified as major. If you want it to be 4 houses, it can be 4 houses. You avoid getting into the weeds of the technical aspects of this in terms of whether it's engineered or advanced or conventional by doing this minimum lot size approach, but which still helps to address the uptick in growth that we've seen bombard ONDA, because the minimum lot size is what it is, and technology has advanced in a way that has made for allowing these types of developments, which causes really this lot size. And a secondary impact is the better technology that we've seen improve over time with the advanced systems. And Andrew can speak to this a little bit more. One of the things we've talked about too is that while the advanced systems do require more maintenance, and so there would be more thought that would have to go into how to achieve that maintenance and ensure that it's happening. They can also be better in terms of the effluent that is put out and how protective that is for the environment. So I think in terms of what purpose you're trying to get at with this ordinance, is it just to decrease growth so that ONDA remains rural, or is it also to make sure that there's not an environmental impact and contamination that's happening here? So I think we're early on in the process is how I would classify this. I think that considering something like the minimum lot size for major subdivisions is a really good first step. And then I echo the consideration of that septic management plan. I think going through the process of doing the septic management plan could help inform you about the process for these inspections and ongoing maintenance, any grant programs that are available to help facilitate that. How the funding would be worked out, a map of elevation, I think could be informative as a data point for when we're considering things like zone of saturation. I think right now we're getting into the weeds, but we don't have much data to steer us. And so I think getting back to the minimum lot size, going through this process to have more data to back up the decisions that we ultimately make about zone of saturation is a really good kind of order of operations. And the management plan can also consider that sea level rise. So that's something that we could work into that process. after that's done, I think that then we could get to a more specific ordinance that has requirements that are higher than DES. If we want to make sure that we're being more protected here in Onondaga. But we'll have the data to inform where we need to have higher requirements. So whether that's for soil typology or build map of the lots with elevation that's too low, so we need to figure out how we're gonna address saturation on those. What kind of septic system types are good for certain areas of Onondaga, maybe not others. I think that we're a little bit early on in the process to make some of these extremely technical decisions, and minimum lot size can just avoid that. Did you have any other specific questions apart from that? Yeah.
What is a good, interim strategy? I mean, I agree with everything you said, and maybe we're moving on this too quickly. I know people like to, you know, and myself included, I like to get things done. That's why we just say we don't have these things. That's easy. We could do that one reading of an ordinance. But if we go to a more comprehensive review, which I like that aspect too, and the fact it appears that the state does not occupy the entire field with respect to septic tank regulations, that we are free to do whatever the heck we want to, as long as we have a rational basis and it's not arbitrary or capricious.
Right.
So what's a good interim strategy? A moratorium until we get something in place that does this?
You have a moratorium in place, correct?
Well, just for five lots or less, but what we see happening is people are five lotting us to death with these engineered systems. And the one you're talking about, Paul, that's a developer that's doing those lots in there. That's a developer that's doing those lots in there. It's not a single homeowner. Those lots are
But
being
these
developed.
are in these, each one, this, I'm looking at lot 5.
Yeah, lot 5 of John Papelka's 5-lot killing us to death subdivisions with the clear cut, fill and build type stuff. That's what's killing us. So, you know, we've got that in place, and, I mean, I agree with you. I would say, put in a minimum 5-acre lot size, boom, done. There we go. So we don't have to worry about this stuff. If somebody wants to put an engineered septic tank system on a 5-acre lot, let them go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
And you would have to have accommodations for those that were smaller, that had no other alternative to get around the regulatory taking aspect, where you're taking all value from my property. I can't do anything with it, so it's a wipeout. You gotta buy it. To me, that'd be the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Y'all pay
Yeah.
attention?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's my first note, is like, larger lot size solves so many problems, right?
Absolutely.
And it might not solve every problem, but I do think that's the best, like, least cumbersome first step until we can get more data to start putting.
So what's the minimum maximum lot size, like, is it, in your experience, is it 5 acres or 1 acre or 3 acres?
It typically is around the 1 and 1.5 acre. That's been at the county level though. I think that Onondaga could go more since y'all are a smaller locality. And like I said, the major subdivision can be defined however y'all see fit. If you want that to be 4, because you keep seeing groups of 5 pop up, you can do 4. And I know that this isn't gonna fix every problem, but I think it presents less problems on the front end that then have to go back and be rectified by making really technical decisions without the data to really fully understand it.
Right.
Yeah.
I love the direction of the easy, as we've talked about, some, the stuff we're working on is complex, however. How do we protect those who have bought property that, like, I'm gonna build in 5 years, or like, let's say they're lots of acre. Legally, how do we protect their investment while still protecting the intentions of this? Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
because some people just aren't ready to build, yeah.
There can be a way to do that, or like an effective date in terms of like properties purchased after this particular date will have this. That's typically what happens. Regulations change, which means that the expectations of a property owner change because they should be aware of what those regulations are when they're making decisions.
So maybe a follow-up question to that is, okay, let's say it's July 1st, which is our fiscal year. So everyone has to have a acre and a half lot, for new builds. But let's say someone bought a lot this year, in December. Could we legally write something where like, okay, here's the date of record, but now you can do this engineered system, but you will be required to submit a report every year to make sure it's being, you see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, like
how do we
celebrate
still-
this?
yeah, is that legal? I mean, I guess I'm just trying to figure out a way that we don't get wrapped up in
What I'm
lawsuits.
thinking about is step 3, so do minimum lot size first, do septic management plan, then come back with the requirements that would require specific things, like you can do an engineered septic thing on this land, but you have to have ongoing maintenance.
But I mean, with that, is that legally acceptable? Because what I don't wanna do is put all this time and effort into writing ordinances, that's just gonna wrap the town up in lawsuits and cause friction between citizens and whoever come in after us. I mean, we really are going with the best intentions of trying to protect the natural resources that surround most of our houses. I mean, some of us are in more dense developments than others. But I will say, I feel like most of us are going with the best of intentions to keep this looking the way it is now.
Here's what we could do, if you have a legally existing lot of record, and that's legal, that's the main point, because there are lots out here that have been created illegally, and there's also a provision in our current zoning ordinance that probably not many people in this room even know of, that if you have a non-conforming lot of record or more than one adjoining, it's in the same ownership, for the purpose of development or sale, it's considered one lot. So you may have platted lots, but they can only have one house, or they can only be sold as having one house. A lot of people don't know that, but it's in our code. I won't change it anything by that. But if you have a legal lot of record, then you can allow these things to occur. And you can also simultaneously put in, or preemptively put in place the regulations that you were talking about of, if you're gonna have this type of system, this is how you have to do it. It has to be Paul's book over there, you have to do the inspections and so on and so forth. And that's totally legal. There's no question about that whatsoever. So if that's the way,
Yes.
that, to me, that would maybe be the best way to go.
I agree
But,
with that.
and increase the lot size, but the minimum we've got right now under our current comprehensive plan is a 1 acre minimum lot size, anywhere in the neighborhood. Next is 1.523, which is 2.25, and then beyond that is 3. But as I said, I'd vote for 5 at the drop of a hat. But at the minimum, we shouldn't go backwards and make the lots smaller.
I mean, I'm not, I'm just saying, how do we protect people who've invested, like, we want to live there?
That's how.
Yeah,
It would be through carving out the recorded lots.
Okay.
In existence, yeah.
You ever know what the minimum lot size is in Level?
25 acres. I'm serious.
It's 7 or 9. The city says it's fine. It's flat.
We can look.
5 to 6 in my head.
Yeah.
I mean, 25 on the water, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine, I thought it was like something ridiculous, like 25 acres.
It's not ridiculous.
Well, compared
Not be
to,
appropriate.
compared to the appropriate at 25 acres, per lot of dang, well, like, what a statement. I'm not sure if it's the statement we're trying to make, but just looking for
I
that.
should do that.
That pendulum, right? That pendulum. Any
Yeah,
more
I-
questions for the?
I was just gonna say, like, South Carolina Environmental Law Project is here as a resource, so if you guys take away from this conversation that wanna go back and you wanna have a new draft that has this kind of minimum lot size, recorded law approach. Or any other considerations, we can review it, we can have ongoing conversations, it's not something that we have to solve. Here right now, because I think that it would take a little bit of time to make sure we can look into all the legal language and point out anything, right now, we're essentially talking about. A new draft.
are you our contact or is?
Yes.
are you- So,
I'm in the Mount Pleasant office. Leslie's there whenever she's my senior manager converting, she's practicing all longer than I have, but have be the one that is your primary contact working on it most closely.
Leslie, are you gonna talk first today or are you gonna go forward?
Yes, he's handling it very well, and unless you all have any specific questions for me.
I just pulled up Wadman Law and it's anywhere from 1 to 25 acres. There are provisions for smaller cluster lots and settlement areas. Critical line is 3 acres. And it's 1 unit and then it ranges from 15 to 25. 1 unit per acre and it ranges up from 15 to 25, so it's based on location. And in respect.
And I think that would be an interesting approach, especially if we were able to get some salvage.
That is really interesting, a shared approach, like, in the spirit of open conversation, Susan, do you have a question?
Yeah, I think Ken has nailed it on the head. My concern here is that we are being 1 to 5 wanted to death. And it's happening all over town. And I am concerned that this council make a move expeditiously to stop that from happening. And the only way I know to do that is to have a first reading on something that will prevent that from happening, which is the reason I am with Ken. I'm saying nothing other than conventional systems right now. Just right now, we can always revise that as we get more information, as we go further through this process of rezoning. But right now, we are being 1 to 5 house per death. And if we don't do something right now, that's going to continue. And I do recognize that it is a lengthy process, it is a complicated issue, and I do think that it wants a great deal of conversation and input and all of that kind of thing. But my concern is right now, that was the reason I pressed for us to read the wetlands ordinance, give it first reading a while back. Also with the lighting, same thing with, the tree preservation, because at least that puts a limit on what can be done. And if we don't move quickly on this, you guys, we're gonna be 1 to 5 houses to death. So please do something now that will stop that from happening. You can always go back and change it later as you get more information.
Thank you. So. Anybody have anything else for the guest lawyer? All right.
I've already asked them to help us find something to do with Phil and Bill.
I think that's.
We gotta get
That's
that.
great. Hey, thanks for coming out, thanks for thanks for giving it about all of them. And for all the other work, the South Carolina Environmental Law Project goes further in our country. There's some really important work that you're doing in our town right now.
Yes,
That's critical and we appreciate you guys, so thank you very much.
of course, yeah, because
Here, here.
All right, thanks. So that brings us up to, Mr. Brubaker's discussion. Mr. Brubaker's comments.
Thank you, Mayor Crawley and members of council for entertaining my spiels one more time. I'm John Brubaker, 600 Flatfield Farm, Allendale, South Carolina. In consideration of the track that we're on right now, I've chosen to start my presentation as an expert witness. I'm retired from the research faculty of the Department of Pharmacology of the Medical University of South Carolina, where I work with the most sophisticated analytical instruments known to man and did cell culture work. We know that we're dealing with waste disposal with a whole lot more than bacteria of food. We are dealing with every chemical that we have in our bodies. We're dealing with the disposal of every disease that we we have. And the bottom line is, we are creating a future hazard with the big pipe. We know that. We don't know how to address it, so we've just decided to turn a blind eye to it. But what that means to us is that the best thing that we can do to deal with our waste is to store it on site, where it can break down and metabolize and minimize the hazard to all of us. Not to mention the world in general, but we're just a drop in the bucket of that. My passion is the natural world. My main interest, my main focus is the health and welfare of my neighbors. And I think it is very clear that the way we deal with septic is very important to the future of the health and welfare of the residents of Allendale. And it seems like the best action that we can take right now is to increase the lot size and stick to the conventional anaerobic septic system. With that being said, the value of Allendale's current environment is obvious. Our land is made up of wetlands, perhaps as much as 50%, and forests. Worldwide, those in the know, those committed to alleviating human suffering and who understand the cause of that suffering, seek to get back to Allendale's current condition. Apparently, when in leaf during spring and summer, trees nearly mitigate our carbon fuel emissions. Wetlands sequester more carbon than all alternative fuels currently under consideration combined. Why would we abandon that? For the few who complain of loss of financial gain that these ordinances might secure for our people, the question must be, with ordinances that prohibit development of wetlands, limit fecal contamination, save our tree canopy, protect our water, will you lose money? Will your property be worth less than you paid for it? Is this land your business or your home? In the last comprehensive poll of residents, the overwhelming majority voted in favor of retaining our natural rural condition. Council's resolved to create zoning ordinances that preserve and protect this most valuable remnant of the southeast Atlantic coast is commendable. Of the many governing bodies I have borne witness to, you 7 stand out as servants of the people, void of the customary self-interest afforded by your office. Yet, ever more confusing critical ordinances proposed by the planning commission and planning staff fail to note the wish of the people in that poll. Their proposals for trees, lighting, water, waste, and wetlands cater to developers, not homeowners. We want to preserve our clean air and water our trees. We want dark sky, not suburban lighting. We favor permitting traditional tried and true septic, not the latest experimental model. We want our wetlands preserved, undisturbed in any manner. We need a botanist, one knowledgeable in the subject, not a bureaucrat or commercial landscaper, to recommend trees. With specific reference to the tree ordinance, overview of the recommended version are generally well received, and I recommend the following. Section 153.196 grant tree protection. 1A, 9-foot avoidance distance will likely afford adequate protection for most species. but may not be sufficient for live oak, Berkeley virginiana. That determination would be best deferred to a trained arborist. The amendment should be applied wherever the TPZ is applied. The tree professional had the following comments. Comments by the arborists are generally appropriate for urban municipalities where complex infrastructure elements must work together. Allendale seeks to retain and enhance existing conditions with minimum of infrastructure, allowing a tree palette far greater than that considered here. I recommend that as part of the survey, item C, Dr. John B. Nelson's South Carolina Department of Natural Resource publication, The Natural Communities of South Carolina, be referenced to the select appropriate trees for the site. Dr. Nelson's online paper and also in hard copy is one of a great number of relevant publications that would be helpful to the development of an appropriate, comprehensive, easy to understand tree ordinance for the town of Allendale. Additionally, table 156.702-1 tree mitigation calculation table might significantly be expanded by a knowledgeable botanist. The site design professional recommended changes. Given proper protection, smaller trees frequently outperform larger plantings at far less cost. Arborists more often than not deal with high traffic urban sites where the tree protection is challenging in a way that it should not be in our rural landscape. This is especially the case with the most appropriate tree for our area, longleaf pine, Pinus palustris. Section 153195, significant tree protection, design professionals and town staff. Item B, delete. Structures and infrastructure must meet the tests of other elements, including B, C, D, and F for exemption. This exemption should not be allowed. Section 1531976, the minimum amount of protected replacement trees. The above list may be significantly expanded by a competent botanist for more help. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rebecca.
Are those comments that you can just give to Kia for the record?
Excuse me?
Are those comments that you could just give to Kia for the record so we have them in their entirety? Okay.
Did you want to give me a copy or?
No, you had.
Okay. Thank you.
Very thoughtful comments. All right, looks like we're up on a break. Are y'all ready for y'all ready for a break, or should we break for lunch right now?
I would suggest that it's in respect for everybody's time that maybe we take a quick break, grab a plate and continue our discussion while we eat.
Okay.
I like that. Right now.
That was the same thing, for the stop at like 1:15.
I bet I heard stop a little bit before and actually stop at
All right, let's take a break in the bathroom. Later. Yeah, in the interest of a working lunch. Do we need to wait for our multi-purpose clerk to?
Oh, no, we're back on the hours.
Okay. All right, so, return for general discussion, working lunch, is that where we are?
So I think we're right now with our,
We have not, yeah, we haven't talked about the ordinance 2026-07. Is that where the
Yes.
direction that we think we are? All right,
Wetlands, yes.
yeah, so we're looking at, and we can't forget, we haven't talked about lights yet. But we're looking at ordinance 2026-07, an ordinance of the town of Allendale, South Carolina, to amend Title 15 Land Usage, Chapter 153, zoning code, West Bend, waterways setbacks, division of the code of the town of Allendale, South Carolina, by renaming the division thereof to wetlands protection and repealing the existing section 153.225 thereto, and adding a new section 153.225 along with new sections 153.226 through 153.238 thereto, providing for the protection of tidal and freshwater wetlands, and all sections. For clarity, section 153.009 definitions to include proposed definitions, section 153.025 through 153.032, description of zoning districts to reference the wetlands standards. Take it away, Dan.
So I will make one note, between the two versions, there is a need for adjustment of the actual title of the ordinance, because there is a wetland ordinance that's in effect. That is a modification of, what's shown as a modification from the first reading. The title shouldn't be to repeal, we have to change that to amend, but that's just a minor detail that we'll have to address later on, but the essence of the ordinance shouldn't change from that or what's been presented outside of today's discussion. Just the title will have to change to reflect that.
Right.
For the record. So I'll just start with an overview of the first reading version, which can be found starting on page 42, and at the top again, for each page that the first reading version occurs, it's appendix 2026-07-01. And that will continue from 42 to page 47 or 57, excuse me. So remember, every first reading version has that appendix at the top. Essentially, what the first reading version is are slight deviations to the existing wetland ordinance that was passed in ordinance in November of last year, ordinance 2025-042, approved for first reading in September, and then second reading at the November 6, 2025 town council meeting. These changes mostly provide clarity on the state's role in the review of wetland impacts and to wetlands within the coastal zoning critical areas. The amendments would also apply to the review of wetland impact applications. As proposed in the first reading, any and all wetland impacts would be reviewed by the planning commission. Overview of the planning commission recommended version. So I'll kind of start with the highlighted major touch point topics, and that starts in section 153.231 on page. One second, I'll get there. That's on page 65 of your packet. So when everyone has an opportunity to get to page 65, I'll start. So as a initial overview, planning commission thought that it should recommend the general wetland buffers be lowered for all uses. However, the additional setback of 15 feet would still stay in place for the total setback area or total area. The general wetland buffers for residential use would be lowered to 35 for a total of 50 feet with the 15-foot setback. From 75 without the setback at a total of 90 feet with the setback. So just from a visual standpoint, instead of the first reading version has to 90 feet for residential use. The planning commission recommended lowering that to 50 feet, which is the minimum necessary for residential uses and wildlife passage. General wetland buffers for industrial or commercial use would be lowered from 55 or would be lowered to 55 for a total of 70 feet from 100 and 115. Wetland buffers for agricultural use would follow the same metric of 55 for a total of 70 feet from 100 and 115. On to number 2, wildlife refuge, wildlife sanctuary, nature preserve, wetland buffers. This section would be removed from the ordinance since these areas could be classified under national parks or protected areas. Planning commission thought that if it could be too confusing with several different sections, so incorporated in one and potentially have adequate regulations for all of those areas as mentioned. Number 3, local, state, or national parks or forested wetlands. This section was modified to include wetland part of or adjacent to local, state, or national parks. This would also exclude residential use. It was recommended by planning commission. Staff's interpretation is to mean that residential use would still need to meet the 15-foot buffer and setback requirements for general wetlands, just not be enhanced as labeled in that particular section. And we can get to that as we move forward. So the next section that needs to be discussed a little bit more is section 153.232, applicability. You'll note in your staff report that I said needs to be formally established. As proposed, the wetland impact and notification would apply to any activity that would encroach into identified setback or buffer. These would be submitted in conjunction with any activity that is preliminary or formally reviewed by the planning department or commission. Please note that this applies to the existing version, first reading version, and the recommendations by planning commission. This section needs to be addressed. Since this ordinance would require new buffer and setback requirements on any newly created lots, wetland impact applications should be reviewed for any new developments proposing impacts to wetlands. These activities should follow the purview of the planning commission for a subdivision proposing any wetland impacts. Prior non-conforming uses, activities, or structures as detailed in the ordinance should be reviewed under a wetland notification. Wetland notification should be handled at the staff level. This should not deviate from the existing purview of staff, and if appealed, would result in a Board of Zoning Appeals hearing. Any activity may be elevated to the planning commission at the discretion of the planning manager as detailed in the existing ordinance. Just to kind of go back over this section in particular, the proposed ordinance at first reading and the one that we have currently adopted has 2 different forms, a wetland impact application and a wetland notification form. In the template document and what we adopted, notifications are necessary for people who aren't impacting wetlands, but from previous experience, it may make more sense to modify the notification to activities that may encroach into the wetland setback or buffer area versus not encroaching. And they can just submit a notarized statement instead if they're not going to encroach. The thought process behind that goes into this next section. To avoid administrative overstep or creation of policy without formal approval, staff incorporated revisions to the first reading to ensure if the town council wished to have additional fees and applications for this regulation, it adopted formal application and processes for each application. If no fee or application was created, staff will review wetland impact / notifications based on the submission. Kind of the details of the natural progression of what an application is, and this just falls as such. The application falls under the normal purview of the planning commission like a subdivision plat, then it would be reviewed in accordance with the requirements set out in this ordinance and those established in the existing town code. Similarly, if there's an existing non-conforming structure, it will be reviewed by town staff at a zoning approval level in accordance with the requirements set out in this ordinance and established in the town's existing code. Section 153.234, standards and criteria for approval or disapproval of wetland impact application. The planning commission recommended that the town adopt more objective criteria for a rationale for the approval or disapproval of an application. Other communities have adopted the same criteria in this section. This section, this language in the section comes directly from Georgetown County's proposed ordinance modeling the 401 review criteria for impacts to wetlands. And then moving on, section 153235, activities restricted / exempt. Staff recommended the replacement of the term prohibited with the term restricted. The use of the term prohibited is misleading based on the intent of the ordinance. It explicitly states in there that no activity is prohibited until, or activities are prohibited until approval is granted by the planning manager. Staff believe the intent was to create separate lists of prohibited and allowed or permissible activities. The way that the current ordinance is written, the first reading version and this one stipulates no restriction on any one particular activity as long as it meets all the requirements set forth in the ordinance. So staff would recommend, instead of that being prohibited, it should be restricted, and creating a separate prohibited category for activities that town council may not want to see in a wetland. If staff wishes to prohibit certain, the town wishes to prohibit certain activities within the wetland buffer and setback, it should be written out in its own category. Staff suggests that the town prepare a list of activities that will be not allowed within the town. If an individual wants to perform said prohibited activity, they need to get a waiver from the Board of Zoning Appeals. Of course, we're in our workshop right now. The Planning Commission requested that. I do have some staff findings for y'all's consideration. And I have some additional notes that I'm going to pull out because I've typed some of these out to kind of go over this. 1 second. Okay. So following on page 40 from staff findings, number 1, town council should outline prohibited activities, restricted activities, and exempt activities. Exempted activities are pretty well documented in both versions of the ordinance that we have, first reading, what's in effect, and what's being proposed with the planning commission. However, the other 2 restricted or prohibited activities are not. So this is just a concept that I've produced for the discussion today. It's not, of course, law or, can be considered or discussed. A wetland notification would apply to activities within the 15-foot setback. So activities that do not go into the buffer. Those activities that are allowed in 1531881, which is projections into applicable setbacks. Fences notably are allowed to encroach into any required setback, as long as they meet the set terms that are laid out in that section. So I think the intent of the ordinance is to protect our wetlands, but in other section of the code, we do allow those encroachments. So I think it's important for us when considering these protections that what we have in existing is also discussed. So replacement of modification to grandfathered structures. You'll note in the ordinance and what's been adopted, first reading, what's in effect, and what's being proposed by planning commission, that there's language about non-conforming buffers. And it sets the non-conforming buffer to the 35-foot wetland setback that have been into effect forever in the town for all existing lots, and any new lots would have to meet the new setback requirements.
What page are you reading from in here? Is that accepted?
I'm on page 40, but this is something that I've typed out just to guide myself as I'm talking through these. And then, which also covers existing lots. So any activity going on in an existing lot that does not encroach into that setback or could impact the wetland as determined by this body would be reviewed through a wetland notification at the staff level. Wetland impacts are separate. They would be through the buffer and setback. Those are activities that are already allowed without by name, but stating approved or prohibited until approved in these documents. Staff would propose the consideration of access roads and streets no more than 10% of the total wetland buffer area, no fill more than 10% of the total wetland buffer area, or 10,000 square feet, whichever is achieved first, and required protection, the installation of silt fences around protected wetlands. So when considering a development or reviewing a subdivision, proper buffers and screenings of silt fence are placed around either the wetland buffer or setback, whichever town council agrees to. But as to some of the discussions about protecting trees, wetlands are a little bit more delicate in that regard where you could have non-point pollution or source pollution. And the bringing in of fill or foreign material can result in diminished water quality. And so the state requires individuals who are doing work along the critical area to put up silt fencing or through stormwater do silt fencing. The staff would recommend the incorporation of a similar thing here. That way, the wetland is delineated and shown on a site, and that's the furthest reach of any impact that can take place without proper approval. So staff would recommend incorporating some of those aspects into this ordinance. It doesn't have to be exact, but they are thinking items to move forward. The other ones are, as I touched on, the establishment of the being an application. Currently, we don't have a wetland notification or a wetland impact application. Although they are written out in this ordinance, I think it would be pertinent for town council or the administrative staff to review that document, what it looks like, and curtail it to make sure that it follows here. So it's set forth as a regulatory requirement. And as staff would confer here, that encroachment in the wetland notification should be reviewed at staff level. Actual disturbance or wetland impact should be associated with a subdivision application, roads and infrastructure, and reviewed through a minor subdivision by staff or major subdivision by planning commission, or if necessary, elevated. The key reasoning behind that is at an individual property owner level, they shouldn't be bringing in an absorbent amount of fill and clear into a wetland area. Those activities we should see at development projects through subdivisions where our stormwater review process and things like that naturally come into effect. Other than that, if no disturbance is taking place, we should require notarized statements stating such that they acknowledge that there are either the existence or no existence of wetlands, and that they acknowledge that they will not impact those wetlands on their property per the ordinance to avoid unnecessary processes for individuals. That's just as a preliminary consideration. The other part is it requires separate applications. If town council doesn't want to create separate applications, staff are comfortable with revising our current applications to incorporate these aspects into it. So instead of having to fill out 5 different forms, we have one form for subdivisions, one master form for the zoning permits, where these will be incorporated, and you will have to either say yes or no. And if you say yes, I will be impacting wetlands, you have to describe it, and that's reviewed at the staff level. And then, of course, if there's impacts to a subdivision or through subdivision for a wetland, then that's reviewed by the planning commission in consideration with the code. And then lastly is a consideration or annual review of denied applications to determine if modification to the requirements of the ordinance is necessary. I think it's been discussed previously with technology and advancements. There's not going to be every category of activity that we can capture in these. So it's important to take a look at if we do have recurring themes of denied applications, if it's a land use that we unreasonably are restricting, or it's one that could be considered for amendment later down the line. I think the key point being that this ordinance is advanced, but it's good. And I think to protect our wetlands, we need to make sure that we are annually reviewing the applications that we have looked at to ensure that we're doing exactly what we said that we could do with this ordinance. So I know I kind of just laid down a lot of information coming from the Bureau of Coastal Management and seeing some of these things play out from a regulatory standpoint. The way that the ordinance is written, and it's written very well in a lot of different sections, and I know we've talked about it, but the key concern from the staff level is it says activities are prohibited until approved by the planning manager. So that means that today, if someone were to apply and they meet all of the criteria in that ordinance, they could be approved for that activity and no wetlands are protected. So staff would propose or consider or provide a thought to town council to consider smaller setbacks and buffers with stricter requirements on what can or can't take place versus larger setbacks and buffers with open range activity. Or, whatever decision is ultimately made, but staff's main concern here is the regulatory authority that we have to actually protect wetlands with this ordinance. And with that, I would pass over.
Love it. That was really comprehensive. Thank you, you've been doing a good job of this, being the planning and. So the,
Are we gonna go around the table again?
yeah, I'll wait my turn.
Go ahead, Ronnie.
Oh, no.
We'll go, so I guess, Spike, you got anything on wetlands?
Nothing well.
He lay low, Spike, he lay low. All right, Mr. Brown,
Nothing.
Ms. Helms?
I have questions that we can address in open discussion. I have some general concerns that I won't necessarily go into detail about why the planning commission is being less restrictive. It is my impression they don't fully understand the intent of this council. And I see in your summary that there's a requested workshop specifically for this ordinance, but I feel like there would be a value for us to have a workshop, just like we did with the park board. And I feel like once we did that with the park board, there seemed to be a lot more synergy. And so I fully support us having a workshop with them because several of them came on after the comprehensive plan was approved. And I don't know that it's a requirement that they read it and understand it once they're put on the planning commission. But it seems like some of this is not, there's some mixed messaging coming from us and coming from them. And I would like there to be more synergy, like there is now. I thought there's a lot more synergy with the park board. Instead of us sending documents to them, ordinances, them taking their red pen all over it, then we have to be like, thanks, but no thanks. We're gonna go back to this, close to this original version. I feel like that's disrespectful of their efforts and ours. Question about the application form. I'm totally fine with you, massaging the application. Are you just asking for council to basically make a motion that authorizes you to do that, or does the application have to come back to us for approval? And I have a little bit of concern about where they changed the language where commission approves things versus the planning manager, just because we have had instances where we don't have a full board. Or people are coming, they're rotating on and off, and they might be voting on something that they don't actually have the full background on, and maybe peer pressure, everybody else is voting for it, and but they don't know, actually this is against what. So I guess I'm just looking for a little bit more, oversight, maybe, than just giving it to the planning commission, whereas I feel like you, as the planning manager, because you have conversations with us and you report to us, you have a better understanding of if someone comes to you with a request, what we as council would want you to approve of. So I have a discomfort with giving that authority over to people that may change actually from July, because we've got some board seats that are going to be coming up on all three of our missions. And then I would ask, you recommend that we defer this again until you can come up with the restricted language, because I'm uncomfortable changing it from prohibited to restricted if we still don't have those categories. Does that make, I think you said we need to come up specifically activities that fall into that.
So,
And you can answer these questions when we get open. So those are just my two things. It's I'm wondering if we should just maybe do a little bit more work before we send it back to the meeting.
I agree. I think just for, we're all learning and hindsight is 2020, but I think before we embark on any of these things, sitting down and having a group discussion with planning commission would have been helpful and maybe save everybody a lot of work, just for, again, hindsight is 2020 and we're all learning. So I think that's a great idea. I would like some comments from the legal team on the verbiage, sorry. I also have some wordage or whatever.
I like wordage better.
So, keep mine. So I have some concern about the decreased buffers. And I also have some confusion on, 153.231, A2 and A3, when we're differentiating between wildlife refuge, sanctuary, state, or national or forest. I think the areas around the national forest need to be given the same buffering, as we do around the wildlife refuge and our municipal park. And I also think that taking the buffers down below, I'm happy that 100 feet stayed there. I'm concerned that the buffers from the original, draft ordinance that we got from Scout have been decreased. If buffers of less than 100 feet do not help, wildlife movement. I think we spoke to that on the, that was addressed when Georgetown County had comments on their, ordinance recently. And I'm concerned about that, and that we drifted so far from the ordinance that we started with. I mean, I know I'm for closing, we've seen how loopholes can get exploited, so I'm for identifying and closing as many of those as we can, but I'm also for keeping it as simple as we can. And it goes without saying, I don't want to put undue restrictions on our existing residents, but we've got really important areas here that we need to protect. And I think, a process for for exemptions, I feel like it's like with the tree, we set a distance and then, we give reasons why you can decrease it, if we're gonna set the distance, we're setting it for a good reason, let's set it.
And if we're gonna decrease it, like, if we're gonna give them 30%, let's put it 30% further away. And then let them come to the real boundary. They don't make a real boundary and then let them intrude on that.
Yeah.
It's counterintuitive.
Yeah, and I know, Dan, I know you considered a lot of the research in terms of environmental contaminants and the distance necessary to eliminate those things, nitrogen and other things. But I just think that the protected lands need to be considered together and all given the same level of protection, and I think we need to, and I'd love for, Leslie or Kinsey to speak to, the buffers and kind of how that's, why that was set in the original ordinance we started with the way it was, just so everybody understands. And I'll stop.
Well said, Grace. I'm gonna use some similar wordage, but, some independent reviews. Does the Office of Coastal Research Management not have some kind of, some sort of stake in this weather protection?
Yes, so the Office of Ocean Coastal Resource Management, particularly coastal zone consistency, will be reviewing any kind of freshwater wetland impacts within the coastal county, which of course Charleston County is. And that's triggered by a land disturbance permit through the state stormwater. Coastal stormwater is now under the Bureau of Coastal Management as well as any activities that abut the OCR and critical line. Anything that's waterward of the OCR and critical line is reviewed under the direct permitting authority by DES. That's bulkheads, riprap, docks, anything that's in a navigable channel that's identified as the critical area of the state. So that's Onondaga Creek, that is it wraparounds to the Intracoastal Waterway and up. So that's the purview, and I believe that there's some on the Wando River that's also under the purview of Office of Bureau of Coastal Management.
Is it Bureau of Coastal Management?
It is Bureau of Coastal
And
Management.
the Department of Environmental Services.
That's correct, yeah.
So, like, and we're familiar with their setback, aren't there a critical line like 60 feet, like you can't come within 60 feet of the critical line or
It
something?
depends on the activity. That is, I believe, for septic systems, it's 75 feet,
Right.
I believe.
Like for a building principal structure on this property, I think it's 60 feet, or once was.
I have to go back and look, but I know for the critical line, you can do pretty much everything.
Is that right?
There's no setback.
Except for septic systems is the only thing that you have to get. Yes,
Is that new?
it's always been a thing.
Okay, I thought there was a critical line and then you had to buffer.
That's for beachfront, they have the tiered buffers and setbacks, baseline setback, but on the beachfront, it's the critical line. And if you're landlord of the critical line, then, you know, it's kind of free game, except for certain activities. And then, you know, anything waterward of the critical line is under the direct permitting authority.
Right on, but, well, you're familiarizing myself with that, the allowances within setback, you mentioned are like fences. Like if a resident has a wetland on their property, and every time they wanna build a fence, then that is allowed within. The wetland, is that right? Is that what I understood what you're saying?
As today's code is written and as it, you know, is, you know, in effect, if someone were to apply to install a fence on their property. Fences are allowed to encroach into any required setback, that's what it states in our code. It makes no distinction here, and so it also mentions in here that the planning manager has the discretion to approve any activity. In the adopted version, first reading version, and in the one proposed by planning commission. So this has been something that I've tried to make explicitly clear that we have to address that in order to properly protect our wetlands.
Is any kind of fence or is the fence give other parameters around the fence?
You know, fences that encroach on the setbacks are required to meet certain height requirements, but outside of that.
But you could dig a dozen holes through the buffer zone of the wetland, but treated 6x6s in the ground.
It's only applicable to the setback.
Right.
It doesn't say that you can go into the buffer. It says into the setback, required setback.
Right, okay, and then. The other part where there's so much onus and responsibility on you, like can be approved by the planner. How would you like for us to address that? What's your recommendation on addressing that?
I think the easiest thing for staff is for less error of interpretation and explicitly writing out what's prohibited, what's permittable and what's exempt. Because then that leaves no error for a misinterpretation.
What you'd said, did you also say that the silk fencing? Like that is not required for a single family dwelling or something like that?
It's not listed in here, but you know, in certain land development activities. DES will require them to put up silk fencing in certain situations, so, you know, I think at a, you know, moving forward approach to it, if the town is also requiring that. We can, if code enforcement is later enacted, we can enforce our own rules and requirements, but out of a conservation and, you know, environmental standpoint, it's best to keep everything that's going on this side of the setback or buffer on that side. And if that protection isn't there, you know, with rain or runoff, you can just easily transfer.
Easily, even with a single family dwelling, that was my take too, is that silk fences should be applicable to all.
Along wetland buffers, I would suggest that.
The annual review, you were saying about how the process actually works and what is Vivianite and accepted and so forth, I think it's a great idea for you as an internal process within your department. And I also agree with smaller buffers and more strict parameters. Right? Like, here's what I feel for the citizens of Walldog that had plans. Whether it was to, like, we bought a lot 15 years ago, we finally saved up the money, we were gonna open this little marine maintenance business. But there's been a moratorium forever and we're not allowed to build there. And now you're gonna enact these wetlands, which means we're gonna have half the lot that we thought, right? Or the idea that my daughter's about to get out of the army and the plan was for her to move home. But now with these wetlands ordinance, we can't put a single wide trailer on the property for her to live.
Yeah.
And so is the Board of Zoning Appeals in charge of hearing things like that and making exceptions to these rules?
It would be a variance to the zoning code or an appeal of an administrative decision is what they would be hearing. So I will state, for existing lots that are in existence at the time of passage of this ordinance, they're held to the 35 or whatever wetland ordinance was in effect. It's all new lots have to meet these new requirements.
Right. So if you're already holding property and all and you've got an idea for it, this won't affect that.
If it's an existing lot, the way that the ordinance is written, as adopted, as first reading, and as proposed here, stipulates non-conforming buffers for existing lots. are held to whatever standard was at the time, which was 35.
Right on.
And has to be undisturbed.
And my last question is, and I'll turn it over, is, I have two, turned out I've got two. One is, can you buy, if you're rich, can you buy it? Like, can you buy wetland, can you buy the wetland, mitigation or something like that?
So the way that this ordinance is written and with some suggested edits, the goal would be to prevent any activity that could trigger any necessary compensation or mitigation points and keeping those under the threshold to avoid allowing individuals to degrade wetlands to a certain extent to where that wouldn't come into effect. So I believe the intent of the ordinance is to provide the authority for the town to review and approve these projects. But for us to further then restrict what exactly we are approving and reviewing. Because I believe that the intent of the ordinance is to protect the wetlands, but we shouldn't necessarily allow activities that would inherently alter those wetlands.
Right, so there's not a mitigation opportunity for, right,
Now, as this is written, it's
Right.
prohibited until.
love it. And then, my last one is, so the town of Mount Pleasant, so Mayor Haynes all proud that they just got a wetlands ordinance passed in the town of Mount Pleasant. Have you guys looked at that?
We've talked with their staff, they have several approaches and happy to see them get one on the books.
Right on, and ours is more stringent than that, I mean,
I would say ours is more comprehensive in the fact that it covers a little bit more, but I think, each ordinance does what it needs to do.
yeah, we're not in Mount Pleasant, so it's not apples to apples, it's more like, something else. All right, thank you. That's, so we're gonna call up the.
Do you want me to, were y'all's questions directly for me? Grayson,
Mine were mainly just for comments and for Kinsey or.
was there anything that you wanted me to?
Just, the form question.
Yeah, so
Like, do you need us to give you authority to, or can you just do the form?
So, staff have procured and created forms in the recent years to assist in different needs and necessities as they come through town. Staff would view that the insertion of these requirements would be fairly simple and implied based on the new regulations that are adopted. But if town council or the administrative committee wish to have those reviewed, give them grace, then that's something that we can do, or y'all can just allow us to do that. But there is a section in the ordinance that will need to be amended to reflect this discussed, and it's left in there for that purpose to ensure that it was addressed and established.
There have also been previous discussions to have all of the forms approved by council for the policy, so any form that comes throughout town that we have would be approved by the council and set forth in that policy.
Can we, or what other forms are there? Can we do?
We can tie it into all of the forms together, so that would be with like our board of zoning appeals. One, the board's vacancies, the zoning permit form, we can tie that in with the recommended changes here if the council desires. If there's a new change for having a separate wetlands form or freedom of information, there's a laundry list.
Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly okay with giving you the authority to make adjustments. I think with all the changes, because we're doing some things that aren't on the books at all. Maybe we should have like a special council meeting where any and all forms are brought to us from the park board, BZA, planning. For us to do a review and improvement. And then you can just keep us up to date, like, hey, I recommend this form be updated after an annual review. Does that make sense? So I'm like,
Yeah,
just to make sure they're like, they all are cohesive. But then going forward, I think that might become cumbersome.
Yeah.
Particularly.
It would be best to kind of batch your intent, so if we're doing forms for BZA, then one day focus on that, or really you're looking for another 4 or 5 hour meeting. Because we have a number of forms that some of them are comprehensive, some of them are non-existent. So, it needs also more fleshing out and.
Well, I think even the park board, they've got like an event application, like there's some other things going on outside of just this wetlands ordinance that might, because that's never happened, because we've never had, or maybe we've never had as comprehensive an event application. It should come to council first and then can just be amended if necessary, or maybe it's an annual meeting. You know, maybe we meet annually and just, it's a forms meeting, and yeah, it could be cumbersome, but I feel like once you get most of the forms going, it becomes a less and less heavy lift, I guess, but that's just me. I don't know. I don't know the answers. Trying to be less sophisticated.
Worst case good. A good question though, addressing whether that was straight to the council. I'll commend both of you, you and Takia, like, if I email you, I hear back from you that day. If not, first thing that next morning. If I text you, I hear right back from you. It's really appreciate that, like, that open line of like swift communication, and that's how we get stuff done, y'all are getting stuff done. We have a environmental law professional that would like to.
Thanks, can you tell me for just a minute?
Oh, right, sorry. Mr. Timmons, you have. Diana, the council.
I got a question.
Yeah.
How long have we been fighting the same reading?
Today or ancient history?
Since last year?
I think, how long have y'all been working on this? Mr. Brown? You remember?
Well, we just got the comprehensive. I said that we had to do that first before we did these other things.
A long time, but your point is like too long, is that your point?
Well, I just don't see the point of just keep kicking it down the road. We need to come to a decision and get this thing settled.
Right, I tell you.
I mean, that's just me, I'm sorry.
I agree, I think everybody's like ready to get something like. We can always change it, you know, it only takes 4 votes, so.
I think that's where we are now, is we have something adopted, and so there is an ordinance in place that has stricter buffer requirements, and there was amendments that were open to that ordinance. So while it's open for amendment, staff wanted to take the moment to avoid another amendment cycle to get these things highlighted, to avoid things being approved that might not be the intention of the ordinance.
Right. Well, we've been working on it long enough for you to understand what the intention is and to get it right. It's a very talented group with a very talented planning board. Mr. Krause, what do you have?
Of course. To answer that question back, I wrote the dang thing based on the Beaufort ordinance y'all wrote, and it was then changed considerably by the planning commission and the plan, and the staff that we had at the time. But we decided to adopt something because something was better than nothing, with the full intent that we're gonna go back and fix it because it was terrible. That's why we are where we are now. Seems like we're doomed to keep repeating ourselves over and over again. Because I like what we had the first time around. I don't know why we had to monkey with it at all, to tell you the truth. But I am definitely opposed to any of the watering down stuff that went into this. I won't vote for it if that stuff stays in there. And better to go back to what we had to begin with and just do it the right way. I agree completely with what Wendy and Grace have said about a meeting with the planning commission. We're going down 2 different tracks, and that's not good. It's wasting a lot of time. It does no one any good for them to go off on their own direction when it comes to us, and we're not going to approve it. It's bad. It's a bad image. It's a waste of time. It does not need to happen. There are some issues that I have with this. And the lawyers will definitely understand it. I mean, it's kind of an amalgamation of staff approval and planning commission approval. This is in the zoning code. Generally speaking, staff administers the zoning code. Planning commission doesn't have a role in reviewing zoning code. However, they can review plans and plats, which is more in the development stage of things. Their appeals go to court. Anybody that's aggrieved by an administrative decision of the zoning code can go to the Board of Zoning Appeals to challenge that review.
Or if they agree with the review and they just think they're entitled to relief because of exceptional circumstances, they can apply for a variance. This thing it's like this. And it doesn't need to be that way. There need to be clear lines of who's responsible for what. And I am totally confused about this, prohibited, restricted, and allowed, whatever. I just don't get it. But the prohibition should be prohibitions, in my opinion. You shouldn't allow trails or fences or things like that, because from my experience, what happens then is those become part of people's yards. They cease to be buffers. They become part of people's yards when they put in children's play equipment, they put down lawn grass and irrigation systems and dog houses and stuff like that. It should be a clear delineation. Here's the wetland boundary, and you don't go in there, you don't go trim or prune or do this to get a better view or put a little trail that you go walk back or whatever. You leave it alone. That's what this thing is supposed to be, is you leave it alone and you allow sufficient area of undisturbance for wildlife to live and exist and to travel to different areas within the town. Because I'm coming home last night from a baseball game. Family of deer just crossed right over next to this clear-cut fill and built subdivision. You chase the wildlife away from their habitat, but we need to provide places for them to go. So I'm opposed to any watering down of this. It needs to be further defined in the proper context of who's responsible for what. And I would suggest the only role the planning commission has in this is through the subdivision process. That otherwise, and this is a leap, because at one point I was ready to recommend to this body that everything go to the planning commission, because we have been so ill served by our hired planners that they just didn't. They ignored our code and just did stuff that was totally inappropriate. At least if it went to the planning commission, it would be on an agenda and the public could see it. Too much stuff happened behind closed doors that was diametrically opposed to the ordinances that this council had, not this council, but council had adopted. We're moving in a better direction. But we need to keep moving in a better direction. So those are my comments. I'd be happy to just go back and what was to begin with. We need to meet with the planning commission. And I'm having a hard time supporting what we got in front of us right now.
All right, thank you for that, for reminding me that I got lost in the discussion. I thought everybody was taking part. Skeleton, you got?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how we can be helpful at this stage. It sounds like y'all are making plans to meet with the planning commission or consider going back to what it was, so I can walk through some of my concerns about it and we'll echo some of what's been said. But I'm also confused as currently written, who is responsible for what planning manager versus planning commission, and how the wetland notification form versus the wetland impact application will be reviewed, in what instances. I know, Dan, you were speaking that it was to non-conforming use, and when you were explaining it, it was the best that I was able to understand it, but that's not captured here, so from a legal perspective, that's good.
Right.
So if there's a way to go back through to make amendments to capture that, if you want to have both of those there in our model, it was just the wetlands impact application, there was no wetlands notification form. The other thing is that it can be reviewed by the planning manager, and the planning manager can then make a recommendation to the planning commission for review of subdivision plats, for instance, if we want to have more staff level thorough review, or it's just going to planning commission. I know that was something that was brought up, that would be an option. As far as the buffers go, we of course, as an environmental organization, want to see them be as large as possible, but we understand in crafting a model that they will have to be tailored to specific types of properties and plots that exist here in Onondaga or Bluffton or Mount Pleasant or Georgetown. I think that if it makes the most sense from a staff internal review perspective to have it broken down between general and then use type, industrial versus agriculture. that is fine with Scout, like that we understand from a procedural standpoint why that might be useful for the review. We do want to have this provision A2 under section 153.231. Come back either to have language that's captured in 3 or just take out the red line of provision 2. Not specifically calling out wildlife refuge, wildlife sanctuary, nature preserve, and parks were mentioned as well. Could be subject to legal challenge because those are oftentimes not definitionally the same as local, state, or national park. So to get rid of that, it's not actually, I know it sounds like intuitively like it might be captured under local, state, or national park, it's not though, and we don't wanna forego protections for Cape May National Wildlife Refuge, for instance. Since that is what a lot of online encompasses. Right here. I agree with the having clear provisions for the prohibition versus restricted versus exempted criteria. I think the prohibition section that was originally there was in part to encompass what has now been taken out, sorry, so in section 153.232, applicability. That first provision A, where it's prohibiting any wetland disturbance. Prior to going through this wetlands impact application process. I would categorize that as a prohibition versus that you need to seek a permit in order to partake in a restricted activity. Not being able to do it before going through that process is a prohibition. Getting permit approval for an activity is restricted, conditioned on the permit, if that makes sense.
Track on that, yeah. I didn't track by when we were talking about, I don't know if you said state, federal, and local parks. Intuitively, you would think it was covered, so it's important to call it out, like.
Yeah, it's important to say the word refuge. Part of that is because it's been a problem for us in cases.
Oh, because it's not a park. Right,
Right.
the national forest isn't a
not a park.
It's a park.
Sanctuary
And
or.
there's the national wildlife. Refuge.
Yeah.
I get that now.
Yeah.
Well, that's those.
So I would make sure to have those, yeah.
Do you recommend we just go back to the original version that helped us craft before it ever got amended and maybe adding whatever chart of prohibition restrictions?
So we created the model, but we did not help you craft what was adopted at first reading, it's just our.
So if you
Model.
read the very first one, do you recommend we just go back? I'll rephrase the question.
Yeah, sorry.
I'll rephrase the question. The original ordinance we had at the first reading, before it was ever sent to planning, do you recommend that we just go back to that?
In the interim between meeting with planning commission to work through the specific provisions tailored to Andhra.
Mhm.
I think that's a fine recommendation, yeah. I would still.
And it
I
was
do-
reviewed by our legal counsel. also.
Yeah, it was.
Mac, yeah, I do recommend still going through a process to tailor this, I think that. I appreciate the like the eagerness and the desire to make sure we're protecting Onondaga, and I'd like to channel that as much as possible. But I don't, attorneys are risk averse, we don't wanna be too hasty, we don't wanna have to come back and just undo things because time was put in on the front end too, so I understand this consideration of making sure that if we're gonna go through an amendment process, we're gonna consider all the things at that time, as opposed to just having to keep doing it and chipping away at it. So you could, in the interim, go back to the simplest version of it, meet with planning commission, talk through some of these details, tailor it to Onondaga, should be, this is your community. The intent is not for it to just be the model and, replicated all across South Carolina, but yeah.
I have a legal question because Mac has explained to me that if planning has seen the original language, which would have been in the very first reading, it doesn't necessarily have to go back to planning. If they've seen a version with language and then they say, hey, we wanna, you said it's A, B, C, D, but we want it to be A, B, C, cut D, E, F. we can vote just to go back to A, B, C, D.
So,
I do not know.
If
I wouldn't advise them.
okay, so you approved a version of the wetland ordinance at first reading.
The very first reading, and then it was sent to planning.
Correct, yeah, so we're talking about this revision cycle for 2026-07, not the one that's currently in effect, 2024-042.
What was,
Because that was adopted last year and is currently in effect. The first reading version that was voted on in January is an amendment to the existing ordinance.
right, but can we go back, because what we approved was the amended version, and what I'm asking
Correct.
is. Could we just represent the very first document that was read? And have it supersede everything else?
Yes.
I believe it got a first reading just for the pending ordinance doctrine, and then it was further amended by the planner and the planning commission at the time, and that was what was adopted.
Right, and I'm saying, can we just go back to that original document before it was ever sent to our planner at the time and planning commission? And just,
So you're referring to going back to the first reading version from September of 2025?
which has already been planning.
I would,
That's a departure. I'd say that would be a departure from text of what's being
Okay.
discussed.
So can we just represent the original ordinance before it was ever amended, which was I think, pretty well supported by our people that we have decided are our experts that we have come to for advice.
You just said that we need to tailor, right? That we need to tailor and focus on all in all.
I mean, I think that's always recommended. This is, so you have a wetlands ordinance on the books, these are amendments, you can continue to just have the wetlands ordinance that is on the books and undergo this process of speaking with planning and refining these amendments, and I do think that's probably your best bet at this time here.
It does seem like to Mr. Timmons' comment, it does seem like we're starting some kind of endless cycle of analysis paralysis. Or we wanna get it so right on this end, we never actually get anything, we never actually get it somewhere, that everyone's happy with it. Because it can never be perfect, it's like great is the enemy of good somehow.
It's
Yeah.
less that, it's more that we have taken 2 steps forward and then planning takes us a step back instead of walking alongside us or even taking us a step further, like, hey, that's great, you did 100-foot buffer.
So
We recommend you do 150, whatever that is. And so that's where some of the struggle has been, in my opinion, and I'm just one, is that we're taking this boulder,
Right.
moving it up the hill, we all should be pushing in the same direction, and they're almost on the other side pushing
So-
again.
Council says 100 and planning says 75.
Yeah, I mean, like, this isn't a negotiation.
If I may, so there was a first reading version of the ordinance that was adopted and could be approved at second reading, so last month. When these were up for discussion, town council could have said, yes, we like the amendments that were proposed by planning commission, here's where we'll insert, or no. We want to go forward with the first reading version that was approved in January, that's the direction that we want to go, so. Whatever has been presented to both planning commission and public notice, which first reading and the recommended changes by planning commission were both public notice. Could be adopted at second reading if there's no departure from text.
I would like to
Question.
add too, if you did make, say for instance, somebody made an amendment to go back to the original stealth version. Then would kick it back to the planning commission like at second reading, and then that would be the second reading version.
But we could just go back to the one that we adopted, or we had a reading for in January before I ever went to them. So that might be the most simple.
Is that the scalp version?
No, the first,
Edits to it.
the first reading version.
It's this 01, it's this 0701. It was the first reading.
Where it's,
Where did that come from?
so this is coming from amendments that were,
I know where the one that had first reading come from. We had a first reading, we had a second reading, it was adopted, and we were gonna fix it. We had a first reading on something, what is that modeled on?
The overview of the first reading was mostly to provide clarity on the state's role in review of wetlands impacts to wetlands within the coastal zone critical areas. The amendments would also apply to the review of wetland impact applications. As proposed in the first reading version, any and all wetland impacts would be reviewed by the planning commission. So it seems like our first reading was just to provide clarity on the state's role. And the application,
What?
the state's role, the state of South Carolina, and reviewing the impact application.
So in December, edits were brought to staff to propose for a new version, that was presented in January, that's where those edits came from.
got the first reading edits, that's where that came from?
Correct.
And those were ones that you prepared?
Provided to me and supplemented by myself for the
The
state's.
planning commission didn't have their role in it.
No, sir. Those were edits brought forth by council.
So then,
When they changed when they lowered everything, that's when it went to them in February.
so
when it
then
came back.
we could go back to that first reading.
The January reading
And give it a second reading,
and accept,
done.
and just ignore all these buffers, ignore them taking out
I
wildlife
think we need to take a very
sanctuary.
close look at that and maybe consider that as a course of action.
Yeah, I seem to remember that when we did that first reading, there was some concern about some of the edits that had been made. I may be been through so many iterations, I may be remembering it incorrectly, but I think there was some concern about some of the changes that had been made on the staff level, not by you, but by a
Oh,
previous
absolutely.
person.
No
And
question.
then we gave it first reading with the understanding that we would continue to revisions.
Not expecting they were gonna take this red ink to all
All
the,
the-
all,
yeah.
like. It went above and beyond what we were hoping
So
would happen.
what I'm remembering is there were still some concerns over that version that we passed, gave first reading to, but we did it so we would at least have that level of protection on the books.
Right, for the.
Am I remembering?
Just
correct?
that's what's done.
Well, we have ordinance 2025-042, which enacted first reading without red lines or strikes, basically. Red lines and strikes in first reading came in January at the recommendation of some edits for town council and then was then approved. So we had an ordinance on the books. We added these to amend a few things and then went to planning commission. Planning commission recommended several changes, and so now at second reading, we deferred to workshop. So that's where we are today, just because I want to make sure that there was confusion in the community that this was the first iteration of the wetland ordinance. And it seems like there could be some confusion here. We had a wetland ordinance in January. This ordinance would be to amend that wetland ordinance, and then planning commission further recommended amendments to these amendments. So we do have something in effect. It is to the degree of what is described in first reading that was adopted in November.
Via first read.
No, sir. First reading was September 15th, 2025. Second reading was November 6th, 2025,
Okay.
which enacted ordinance 2025-.
This is, I really struggle asking this question. Can you give us the first version from September
The one that
and
got
tell
first
us
reading.
exactly what changed compared to where we are? Because that's what I'm trying to get back to, because it seemed like there was a general acceptance of what we passed in September, or what we did the first reading for. Let me rephrase. That was generally accepted, but then there were a bunch of changes made and we didn't like it. But like Kent said, we sort of swallowed a hard pill just to get any wetlands ordinance on the books. But now I feel like there's been so many changes made, I feel like we've lost the original intent of what we, and I guess I'm trying to get back to that. Let's be a little less, you know, like let's go back to what the simple intent was.
What was the question, as I see it, given what you've just said? Was what formed the basis of the first reading of the second iteration?
Right, I think you're tracking if I'm
All
tracking.
right, so what's wrong with that? Why don't we just adopt that and forget any proposed amendments that anybody made to that?
The amendments.
I think, but I do think there was some value in determining. It's in the few first, it is proposed in the first reading version, any and all wetland impacts would be reviewed by the planning commission. And that's where I have a little bit of heartburn, where I feel like it should be reviewed by staff. Who provides a recommendation to planning commission. Does that make sense? Like I just.
Yes, and I think the recommendation that town council could make with adoption is to not accept those changes and still retain staff's review, because if you look at 2026-07-01, which is the first reading version that was adopted in January, page starting on 43. Oh, sorry, 42, excuse me. Anywhere where there's red language, is it a proposed amendment to the existing ordinance that's in effect today? There are some in here that make sense, others that I hear the conversations on, so I think it's important to ensure that if the first reading version is adopted from this year, the proper amendments are made through there. So if y'all don't want to see the commission review certain items and solely for staff, the motion would be to, not make those changes. I think we may want to consult with Mac on the exact motions, but I think that that's doable if that's the intent. Now, there are some other things that we discussed that are impertinent, but I hear town council's intent.
Very good, thank you, I think it's good discussion, I think eventually we'll get somewhere and vote on something that's sophisticated enough to do what we're trying to do, and then we can add to it or subtract it over time as we test it. My main concern is that I know that your department and the planning department worked so hard at so much of this. You got to the town and voted with you, but it's hard for me to think about discarding that work in deference of something that was done way prior, but I understand what's going on. Is there anything further on this, on this one? We wanted to do that. All right, I would be curious if I had heard something about hard stops, so people that have other obligations, are we all clear on that as a council? Thank you. All right, well, that being said, y'all need a break, go clean up some lunch trash or go to the bathroom or?
So, we're at
We should be good straight.
1:30 now.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah. Was it one or two?
Yeah, we have one, but we still have one access.
See everybody.
Thanks, Amy.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
How quickly can we get through a lighting discussion? Is the question. Thank you.
Obviously have a phone call that is already half over now. That was supposed to be, so I would suggest that we maybe consider postponing that discussion since
We did
the
it.
others took longer. than
Yeah.
expected.
I understand. If I may, just very,
Continue.
yeah, I just want to make sure that, because there was some confusion about the lighting ordinance. I think the lighting ordinance, to the point of the wetland ordinance, is where it needs to be. There was amendments that were made that are recommended in the model ordinance for dark sky to the town specifically to look at lumens per acre instead of doing a lighting map. There's some verbiage and language that had been converted. But the intent behind that was to bring in lighting regulations to the town that modeled other communities and also that ordinance at recommendations of staff. Do believe that those recommendations are very merited and important, and it is easily considerable for future adoption, but I understand.
Well, all we need is a report to continue. Should we move to adjourn or stick in there for those who are available and get this work done? Or what's the mood here? I'm out. I gotta go.
If there are like glaring questions that certain town council members have about that ordinance, you can send them to me directly and I can kind of filter and combine them together and present a full report to y'all. To kind of highlight and address those if that's the intent. I'd be more than happy to do that
I like that.
to avoid another meeting.
I'll hear a motion to adjourn.
Motion approved. Still one.
Here a second. Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote, all in favor to adjourn?
Aye.
All opposed?